Wayne Shaw. Here. Tiffany Thunder. Here. Catherine Boyd. Here. Charlie Hill. Tommy Chumko. Here. Danita Harjo. Here. Willis Etheridge. Here. Desiree Everton. Here. I have 23 present and 5 absent.
With a count of 23 present and 5 absent, I declare that we do have a quorum, and we are now in session. Do I have a volunteer to offer the prayer? Representative Petit, let us stand as Representative Petit leads us in prayer. I would have done this at the February meeting, but we got into the meeting and went through. But we have had a council representative that left us walks of life that served with the Nescaparjo band for many years. Her name, of course, is Evelyn. So if we could just do a moment of silence in her memory and to her family and for her service to her tribal nation. Let's do that just for a moment.
We're so behind in time and things are making for our nation. That's the question that's going to be brought up. The resolutions are complete. You can ask the AG right behind you. But where are they?
There's a standing resolution that it goes back to the bands that was voted on. I can't recall what meeting it was, but it was probably before the new year. And that's where it stands right now in the band's hands. So I don't know how many bands actually have went through those proposed amendments to the Constitution.
But our band, of course, again, not only that, even though he was conducted and all that, there is no set date when they should come back from the bands.
When the consensus of the council is to be able to put that into order, then the bands are to meet and then bring it to the attention of the chair so that it can be placed on the agenda to be able to go forward, and maybe they can get back together. One thing is at their meeting and at the order of the council, it was supposed to go back to the bands. Yeah. That's where it stands right now.
Speaking on the band.
Representative McCoy?
These are the types of items our band would like us to discuss during that other business, because they want a deadline to be set so that the items that got sent back to the band to review gets brought back to the council, so it just doesn't sit out in limbo. Like, we want movement on it, and that's what our band has asked us to do, and that's what we're doing today.
I see. That's exactly right. Obviously, things of serious concern is placed on other business within the Title 16 of the code. Is that what serious things concern to the council? How does the council see about having other business and placing this item under there? We'll go ahead and, is there any objections to it? Representative Detheridge?
This is not an objection, but my concern is this the only item that we're going to be visiting during other business?
Well, when we place other business at the beginning of the agenda, those are the only items that are to be placed under other business. And we establish that right now at this point. Now, we do have something that I wanted to be able to at least brief the council on, and it has to do with tribal courts. I'm not sure if we should go in executive session about it or if we should do it in open session. And Attorney General, it's on that issue with what's been brought, against the nation recently. Should that be, you think that's an executive session measure? I kind of think that it is.
It is an open record now.
Okay. Well, we'll discuss it in open meeting then. I wanted everybody to know what it was, so we may have a clip of why that has come back to visit the Seminole Nation at this time. So we may actually show it, as disheartening as it may be. There's many new council representatives on this council since 2020, but it will remind you why such things of this nature sometimes come back in a different form in a legal area. Okay.
So we'll be able to discuss something other than
Yeah, if,
Tom Hoskins' concern as well?
yeah, well, if you name them right now, that way we have an idea what they are. You can put it on other business if it's of serious concern to the general counsel. That's the provision. Of course, a referendum vote for amending the Constitution would be of serious concern.
Situation with real estate.
We're working, yeah, we're working through that, brother. We're working with the Interior on all those issues. And we have something to hand out, and also on your council portal, the concerns of, yeah, we're working that out. I've had meetings with the Interior over that. Okay, so that's the item, and the item of the public record in tribal courts that has been submitted. We will briefly discuss that. We don't want to get it deeply into it, but we'll briefly discuss that. Representative Narcomi.
Thank you. Under other business, I was wishing to add, if possible, we had some questions about the 100 acres north of here, about what's going on with that, who's paying for this, what's going on with this, that sort of thing. Just wanted to ask some of those questions, clarification of that issue. And then the other issue we were wanting to address was the trust fund. We had listened to these banks some weeks ago in December, but we never came to a conclusion on that issue. We just wanted to talk about that as well.
Well, we may talk about the trust fund. We can send you out. Actually, the tribe does have the 100 acres as the council resolution described us to try to pursue and go after that. So we definitely have that. It's in the name of the nation at this time. So as far as how it develops, I know gaming, if they're here today, they may have a report on what they, or they're doing what they call a feasibility study as well, and on the different things that can go there that pertain to them, as well as other types of projects. So maybe we could get in discussion during the committee reports on that one. Representative Shaw.
I'm going to ask, in accordance with this, memo that you put out, or this news flash, or whatever it's called,
Yeah, statement.
that statement that you put out, who will do the contingency? We need to do a contingency plan, and I think it needs to be discussed also today. Some sort of what we want to do about who and what we want to do.
Well, actually, we've had 3 extended meetings with the Interior on this subject matter. We know that we can discuss it. If you got your paper document, those are the concerns that was developed by staff within our land research and Bureau, BCR, and they work on close to a daily basis with the local WIWOKA agency. So those are some concerns, but we can talk about it.
Okay, the other, with that, we've got to downsize somewhere, and a good example of that, we've got Sendoff and gaming used to be together. We've got 2 sets of books, 2 sets of auditors, we've got 2 everything in there, we've got 2 HRs. You want to downsize? We can start right there and put them back together one more time, and then you have 1 board instead of 2 boards. The whole, you're doubling up right there for us. And the old excuse that the gaming was holding Sindoff back is now out of the way, so we need to go ahead and discuss them, possibly changing it back to like it was, or close to like it was, and redo that here. So I want to discuss that.
I think when you have issues and it's by law, when it's dealing with the code of laws and amendments to the code, that it should be in written form and it shouldn't be coming off the floor in a verbal statement. I would say that it probably, it's not, it's an idea that I know many have thought about over the course of the last several years. It may be discussed, but it would not be healthy to try to just revert it back to something that we don't know what it would be reverted back to. If it's the old SNDA times, those were the toughest times we've ever had in this nation. We had our casinos closed. We got the highest fee ever assessed to an Indian tribe in the history of National Indian Gaming Commission. So it's going to take a lot more thought just to return to the vomit as a dog does. But it takes more thought than just bringing it off this floor. So we could discuss it, but by tribal law, you're not supposed to be changing things verbally when it comes to tribal ordinances. It should be in written form. Okay, we're going to move on. Reading of the minutes of the last, there's no objection to have referendum items. What was the other item, Council Secretary?
The open meeting, the tribal court, and then.
The tribal court?
100 acres.
100 acres.
And then Representative Shaw's.
Yeah, at least talking, speaking on the measure. Okay, those are those 4 items. So reading of the minutes of the last, no objections. I see no hands, no objections to have it under other business. It will be placed at the end of the agenda. Okay, reading of the minutes of the last meeting. What is the desire of the council? Representative Narkemy?
I'll make a motion to accept the reading of the minutes of December 10th.
Motion to accept the reading of the minutes of September 10th as written?
As written.
And is that a second, Representative Dethridge? Second? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Secretary?
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman. Terry Edwards. Yes. Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesmith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Yes. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Marnie.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Abstain.
Charlie Hill.
Abstain.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 0 noes, 4 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 0 noes, and 4 abstentions, we have placed other business with those items that we've discussed at the end of the agenda. Okay.
That was a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the minutes. That's the count for the approval of the reading minutes. Could you say that count again, please?
22, 0, and 4.
22, 0, and 4, and thanks for that correction. 2204, and that's the approval of the minutes of December 10th, 2024. Okay, we are moving on to unfinished business, and this was a tabled item at the last meeting, and here we are. Is it coming off the table? Okay, well, all business comes off the table if the council wants to address it until the next meeting. So here we are. I will share some things as far as exhausting the administrative remedies, which is in tribal code, which is passed by this council in Title 11. Anything of that nature, is of course within the not only the executive branch, but also the governing body of the executive branch, the tribal government. And also in the powers of the council, in Article 5 of the Constitution, there's a lot of areas that address the powers of the council, but it does not afford the council, under the powers of council, to be able to get involved in the area of personnel when there are laws that are set for the purpose of following a procedure or a protocol. So if it's off the table, then it's out of order, based on tribal code. Moving on to reports of committees, who does the council want to see? Representative Dethridge.
I'd like to ask, is Rudy Arizona here, SNGA?
I'm sorry.
Is SNGA, is he here, Rudy?
Is SNGA in the gallery? SNGA, Seminole Nation Gaming Agency, have a representative here? You have someone else, maybe they're on the, oh, there he is.
He's coming?
There's somebody that represents SNGA.
Okay. As they're coming up there, Nico, I'd like to give a shout out to, since we're not having the directors here any longer, I'd like to give a shout out to our tribal courts, quarterly reports put together by Linda Stewart, and also job placement and training program. That would be Emma Wesley Harjo. These two reports are excellent reports. They are always very good and informative reports. Out of the 25 or 30 we get, these two are top notch. I just want to give a shout out to those two ladies.
Shout out. Okay, we have Mr. Foster here, and he was probably asked by the agency to go ahead and come to this morning. Is that correct, Mr. Foster?
Yes.
Okay, all right. You might turn the mic on and speak into that one. Representative Dethridge.
Want to find out a little bit more about, on page 4 of the SNGA's quarterly report. Let me slip these glasses on. It says, as of this report writing date of February 4, 2025, there are no further updates to give on Maple Leaf as it relates to their licensing status. The SNGA licensing department is still currently waiting to receive Maple Leaf's business application and has reached out at various times inquiring about any questions or concerns that they may have. So, what's the status of Maple Leaf in their licensing? Or can you expound on that at all?
Not at all. We're still waiting upon, like I said, for the business application before we move forward. And, still reaching for, various times that if they have any questions, at this time, we still have not heard from them. Before we move forward. That's where we're at right now.
Mr. Foster, has anyone applied for a gaming license, even a personal gaming license?
No.
No? Because I know there's a representative of Maple Leaf that's here in the gallery. I've seen him this morning.
Then let's call him up then.
Do you want that individual to come up, Representative Dethridge? Okay. The representative from Maple Leaf, I've seen you here earlier this morning. you can just stand to the side, they may have another question.
Good. Bill Foster. Nice to meet you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me address you. We have submitted personal background information for Michael Dovizio and myself to Salmon Nation Gaming Agency. We have not submitted the corporate application yet, it's true. We were waiting to sign the consulting agreement. As I understood it, the procedure is to get the consulting agreement signed and then to go and apply for the license. We're ready to do that. We're waiting on Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprises to advance the process. We've been waiting for a little while. If there's any questions, happy to address them.
Did you say gaming enterprise or gaming agency?
Gaming Enterprise. We're waiting for Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprises.
To do what?
Well, we need to sign this initial consulting agreement between MLG and SNGE, and there have just been delays in getting that signed.
Sir, how long have y'all been waiting?
Well, the timeline is protracted, and you know, as the tribal resolution came through on the 26th of September, so there's been some back and forth, and some of the waiting has been due to the NIGC. So we came up with a document that we were both in agreement with, was submitted to the NIGC, I believe in July. They took 13 weeks to come back with comments, which is unexpected. Typically for consulting agreement, it takes 8 weeks, so it took 13 weeks, so some of the delays on their side. Then we had to regroup, create some responses to their issues. So we did that, and there was a protracted timeline to get SNGE to come up with their responses. And then there was a follow-up conversation with the NIGC the day before Thanksgiving, and we were waiting until recently for what those remaining issues were with the NIGC. The NIGC did take some time to respond. We submitted our answers, both collectively, SNGE and MLG's answers to the remaining issues of the NIGC. Then there was apparently remaining issues, so there was a conversation that took place the day before Thanksgiving, and then we never got the substance of those remaining issues. So we just got them about a week ago. So there's been protracted delays, and with all deference and respect, we're doing what we can. Some of the delays are on our side.
So what it really boils down to is gonna be more delayed than finishing what y'all supposed to have started with. It's gonna be like a year, couple of years, maybe 3 years from now, right?
You mean to build a resort?
Yes.
Well, we need to get the consulting agreement under our belts, and we need to start working with the nation and earning some additional money for the nation, and get that comfort, get that working, so it benefits everybody before we embark on the next stage, which is the development and engineering and whatnot for the resort. So we are delayed. I would say we're about 9 months delayed from what I hope would be our timeline. But we're moving forward with the OU Capstone project. The University of Oklahoma, we engaged the University of Oklahoma to study our property. So they've done 6 site visits to the property. They've done engineering studies and topographical surveys. So we were able to advance that process, but we're basically still waiting to get the consulting agreement signed.
With all due respect, sir, the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma cannot move forward until all of the principles have been identified and approved by the NIGC. So it almost sounds like you're throwing it back on SNGA and SNGE, 2 different groups, for your inability to furnish that information that the tribe needs. We have been in a situation where we got hooked up with somebody, I don't want to mention the name, but it's like, I'll make up a name, Ivion, we don't want to go there no more. So let's play it by the book. Thank you.
I respect that. Yes, sir.
Sir, do we have SNGE present?
Yes, they are. Say, I'm sure they are.
Could we have them up there also, because, this.
Since it goes hand in hand, I'm sure that's fine.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
I just think that, because we're getting, the way I understand it, 2 different stories. Because what I understood was, in March of last year, SNGE basically told us that they were waiting for y'all to get approval from the NIGC in order for them to proceed with doing the agreement on the consulting agreement. And because if y'all are not approved by NIGC, then that's basically gonna be a mute item from then on. That was my understanding, that's how that was to proceed.
We have the enterprise here, a representative from the enterprise here, and of course, the agency, which is the regulatory agency. I think Skip is still here. So as Assistant Chief said, they kind of go hand in hand when they're dealing with gaming issues. So y'all want him to come up at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay.
NIGC didn't have a chair appointed until May of '24. So they said, thank you. There was a period where NIGC didn't have a chair until May of 2024. So there was a lot of delay because they didn't have a chairperson at the federal level.
The NIGC?
Yeah.
Okay. So, once again, that's a delay in that area. It's like we have a three-ring circus here that nobody can tell us what's going on.
All these
And that's what we need to see if they can reach resolution or, and I understand you're not on the board, you're just one of the employees of the nation at the game. Okay, correct? Okay. I would like for whoever the chair of the SNGE to be present, because that's where some of this conversation is going to have to allude to, because if I understood it, when he was alone, he was doing negotiations with them to try to get this all coordinated. And like I said, when you sit back and look at time passed since the original resolution was passed, once again, we don't know anything, and it's going to affect our finances as well as some of the information we received today, and that's my concern for the nation. But you may not be able to answer the question that I needed, so I appreciate you coming forward. But
I can tell you that all the negotiations have been with the board and with Mr. Casey here, and like I said, as far as the gaming enterprise, like we can't do anything unless the licensing comes through our gaming agency. So once they get approved through that, then we can move forward with a lot of other things. But until we get those contracts back from NIGC as a consulting agreement or whatever they deem it as, then we can move forward.
okay, so that clarifies what we were told back a year ago was what was needing to take place, and that's what I'm saying. Somewhere along the line, this has got to be rectified so that we can move forward and y'all can move forward together to work for hopefully the progression of the gaming industry within the nation. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm seeing Representative Yetzler's hand and then Representative McCoy.
Okay, I just need clarification because I'm a little confused like the rest of us, but SNGA is not being included in this. I mean, he just explained his application was through SNGE. SNGA in their report has said that they have no inclusion and don't have applications for them to move forward. Am I correct? So why are we not working with our office that keeps us in compliance?
His application shouldn't go through us anyway, because it has to go through the gaming agency.
Have you sent him there? Because
I have no recollection of anything he's given, because I haven't been involved with him. That would have to be our board that you would have to call and talk to.
Okay.
Because
have you been
anything that he submitted should be submitted to the gaming agency, not us, because we can't, as a gaming enterprise, we can't give him a license to work on traffic properties.
And I understand that, but he just reported that he was provided all the information from SNGE, supplied it all there. Did you not in turn give it back to him and say, this is who you need to contact and go see, this is who needs?
Our chairman.
Have you ever been told that you needed to work through SNGA to get your license?
Yeah. Process should be reversed and get licensed first and then sign the consulting agreement. This is kind of new information for me.
Yes.
We have submitted the two personal background checks, background information for the two principals, who myself and Mike Felicio, to Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise. We have not submitted the corporate application. We were told we needed to set up an Oklahoma corporation instead of the parent company, which is in Canada. So we set up that Oklahoma subsidiary, and we need to supply that information to Seminole Nation Gaming Enterprise. that's the holdup. We're happy to get that going. We were not told by San Nation Gaming Enterprises that that was an impediment or that was any reason to hold up. And just so you all know, we are having a meeting on Friday in our lawyer's office with Norman in Oklahoma City with the chairman and the other board member of San Nation Gaming Enterprises. So we're hoping we can get this off the dime.
Okay, I appreciate that because from the get-go, agency should have been involved. When you came on and started doing your presentation, it shouldn't have just been SNGE because technicality, like Representative Dethridge says, we can't move forward, they can't move forward without your licensing. And that's what we've been waiting on. And if they don't have it or haven't had any contact, it's going to be a standstill until you work with agency and get what you needed done.
Sir, did you send your background checks to SNGE or SNGA?
We sent our background checks to SNGA.
Okay, because,
About a year ago.
because earlier you said you sent it to SNGE.
If I did,
So,
I misspoke.
yeah, okay. Because you sent it to the proper agency then?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. All right. Just to clear that up.
I'm not, have y'all received the application and all the paperwork? The background check, have you received anything?
No, not your, business.
With the personal?
Not the personal or any information from them at all? Okay.
I can give you the date, so we submitted.
And Mr. Foster, you wouldn't necessarily, would you actually know that information you're being asked? I mean, not always, right? Yeah, because, yeah.
Okay. I think our question is, like you said, it's in the report that it's a standstill and there's no contact, no information.
No.
So the report's already says that. Thank you.
Yeah, all the business application, and, look at the research and what see if it's good and if it lasts.
Okay, you yield the floor, Representative Jessler. You yield the floor. Representative McCoy,
Excuse me, sir, what is your name?
Bill Foster.
Are you an employee or on the board? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So this is just not a comment to you directly, but Chair, did you receive any kind of contact from anybody on these two committees that they would have no representation here to answer our questions? I want to ask that first.
I don't recall any information. I mean, I can check my emails again,
Okay.
but
So
at this time,
then my
I
next
can't
is
recall.
the statement. We have these boards that we put people on, and there's one individual coming up to be reappointed onto the board. They're not a board of one person, there's many on there, and they can't find it in their time to know when our quarterly meetings are, or to even send a representative so we can have some meaningful conversations here today. They have sent other people, whether you were asked to be here and to fill in for them or not, you don't have the information for these questions that are being asked of. So why are we not requiring, or do we need to make some changes in that they need to be here? I would think this is just an understanding that if you're on the agenda, somebody has to be here to answer our questions. So I'm really highly disappointed, and this is where things like what Mr. Wayne Shaw did at the last meeting, a letter of no confidence. Why not have it on some of these boards that they can't even make it in their time to send at least one representative to be here to answer our questions? I'll yield the floor.
Is that all the questions at this time for either SNGE or SNGA? And we're past the 15, and I'll just do a clarification, okay? The Maple Leaf has what we call a real respectable law firm that works for them. They're called Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker. Hobbs, Strauss and Dean Walker is one of the top Indian law firms in the country. And then, of course, SNGE would have Drummond, who was here at different times. So in all essence, as far as the consultant agreement is concerned, there's a template online for NIGC. I think I could actually fill that out, and I'm not even an attorney. But the thing of it is when you have two capable legal counsel, they are the ones that should be able to bring that forth to say that it will get to NIGC without red flags. Now, I know NIGC wants some answers with the consultant agreement submitted. So I think that's what the Friday meeting's going to be about, is what I understand. So I would strongly advise both our entity and also Maple Leaf, if there's things that NIG said can't be in that consultant agreement, then you need to concede. Take them out. Okay? You can't just say, we will not accept that being taken out, because NIGC won't accept approving it then. And we're going to move on from here. Representative Fulbright.
Just a quick comment. Is there any way we can also, on our council portals, or through emails, get some updates on this periodically, so we don't have to wait every quarterly to try to get something after the meeting? Can you let us know an update of your meeting Friday, how the outcome, if any licenses were approved, send us that information, so we can keep, informed as council.
All right, I'll let our board know that you guys require an update after this meeting.
Because I know they got minutes, if they can submit the minutes or something, you know, with motions for all three.
So I'm a pretty transparent guy, I like things, I'll be happy to come and report on any.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Sir, that last point I made, if that's done, you're going to get NIGC to look at it in a positive way. Representative Jetsleth.
I would just, if we're done, I would like the princesses to be recognized.
I think we have no more questions for SNGE or SNGA, plus we've gone past the 15-minute time period. Representative Petit.
Chair, about the stated is to reinforce what Representative McCoy had stated, is some questions that some of us may have had of SNGE because they don't have people who can speak with authority. I just hate that we just got to put them off, but once again, this council needs to be brought up to date on and have questions concerning issues that affect our finances. And that is something that's very important, and I feel like it needs, like I said, maybe this council needs to pass some kind of law or something that can say that if you're asked to be here, you're to be here. And when you have a board with 3 people, surely one of them is free to make it to our meetings. And that, like I said, because I have some questions of SNGE that I don't feel comfortable asking Mr. Hobart about.
Right, sure.
That is correct, isn't it, Hobart? Yes. Okay, correct about today, because I don't believe he could adequately answer those questions. So thank you, and I yield.
Council has that provision for themselves. You miss 2 quarterly meetings without an excuse, automatic, no questions asked. That's the way the Constitution reads.
Okay, Chair,
Okay.
the way you relate that question right there, I believe that we've tried to ask Mr. Shepherd to be here several times. He would have been in violation of that.
Well, he's not a council representative.
Well, no, but
But
I'm
what
just
you
saying
could,
those-
if it was put in the law pertaining to that, then it could be enforced. If it was placed in the code, yeah. Okay, we're moving on then. Thank you, gentlemen. Who was it that was asked for? Oh, the princesses, okay. Princess Committee and also the princesses, if you would come forward at this time. take the mic there and let everybody speak through it, so it can be on the recording and also so that people in the gallery can hear.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to be here with you all today, and I hope you're all having a good morning. My name is Emily Martinez. My Indian name is Edith Bellini, which means snowflake. I am 18 years old. I belong to the Tom Palmer Band, and my clan is Bird. My parents are Reba and Sean Walker, and my grandparents are Wendell and Kalita Williams. My great-grandparents are the late Walter Knockney Lena and the late Stella Barnett Lena, and my great-grandmother is the late Cynthia Galver Spicker. I attend Barnum High School, where I'm a senior, and I also go to Gordon Cooper, where I take digital careers. Palihokolin, Ostogagan, Palihokolin, Chakibogagan, Junior Miss St. Seminole Adowa de West. I am the 2024-2025 Junior Miss Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Maro, Amabaheji, Merigos Cha, Maro.
Ishte Estongo, Addison Beaver, Jahajikdos, Othala di Bali, Osbogagandoes, Ochizi, Amidovados, Ijazo Amalegidos. Megan Jetski Hojifka, John Jetski Hojifkados, Mado. Hello, how are you everyone? Good morning. My name is Addison Beaver. I am 19 years old. I am part of the Beaver Clan and Ochizi Band. I am from Eufaula, Oklahoma, and my mother's name is Megan Beaver and my father's name is John Beaver. I hope y'all have a wonderful day today and safe travels, Mado.
Madam Girls.
Good morning.
Thank you. I just wanted the girls to be recognized, but also since you're up here, how's everything going? Can you just give us a small report verbally and let us know how this year's going so far?
I'm sorry, my voice is kind of going in and out. I think so far this year we've had a better start to things. We're a lot more organized than we were last year at this time. We've actually got a fundraiser tonight, which is our stomp dance. So tonight, dinner's at 5. If anyone is available, 5 p.m. we have dinner. And then from 6 to 11, we'll be having the dance. And everyone is welcome to come. In April 11th, we'll have our second annual golf tournament to fundraise for the girls. And everything is used to help. Our goal right now is to help a possible second trip to Florida, possibly at the end of the year or July for their pageant. And our goal is also to get the girls' dresses created, new dresses for each one of them. We also have a closet that we've started. Unfortunately, our vice chair, Jessica, is not here, but she's kind of over this. We're trying to start a princess closet for those girls who want to run but don't have dresses or skirts. We also want to use this for any of our current or future princesses that may not be able to afford the funds for dresses. So these are just a few projects that we're working on at this time.
Madam, I yield the floor.
Okay. No further questions, we'll move on. Who does the council, is this question for the Princess Committee? Okay, Representative Lambert.
You guys asked us to look over and approve your bylaws. Has there been any development on those bylaws? And, is that still gonna be brought to us for approval?
That's a very good question. Currently, there are some things that we're working on in the bylaws to make them, I believe our vice chair has been working with our AG on trying to get some of the wording corrected, and but we are currently following past bylaws, which are also intertwined with the new bylaws, which means that they have already been succeeded into the new laws, is what I'm saying. So we're staying by what we have overall to go by those. I don't know if this makes sense. Sorry. Okay, yeah, we are still working on them, but we are going by what we've created, but also we're trying to polish them up, yes.
Can I make a couple of suggestions? Because I've heard a lot of complaints both sides, and we had a princess, Miccosukee had a princess last year, and it seems that the same comments are the same, but as a council representative, I go back to the bylaws and see what it says, and usually the decision has been supported by the bylaws. And one of them is attendance by the kids and making sure that they have enough notice on their attendance, and then if they don't get enough notice, they're not given their stipend, or if they don't get enough notice and they're not able to get off work, or the parents can't bring them, they're not given their stipend, and they still have to travel throughout that quarter and throughout that month. And so that's kind of a concern. So if we can make the bylaws address that, because for an 8-year-old, her mother can't bring her, or my daughter was a princess at one time, and if I couldn't take her, she couldn't drive herself. So just make some in those bylaws. Can you make some concessions for those type of things, so that way, or if they can attend virtually and still get that payment as well.
Thank you so much for bringing that up, because that is something that we have discussed as a committee already. Because currently our bylaws say they have to be present for them to receive their stipend. That's what we are trying to go by. But now they were given 48 hours of notice. That's what they were required to have. But honestly, in my opinion, and I think the committee is as well, that is something that we want to work on as well, to make sure that they have more than a 48-hour notice, but also we do have more virtual assistance for them too. Because when our most recent meeting, we did have the girls call in that weren't able to be there, and I know that they are constantly on the road and going, so I know the stipends help a lot for them. So I believe that is something that we're trying to look into, so we won't have issues like we did this past month.
Yeah, and another thing is we are given 10 days notice for a general council meeting, and sometimes that's even hard to make. We have to, waive that if we're given less notice. So I mean, like I said, I would really suggest having a little bit longer, especially if those girls are working and or their parents are working jobs outside of it.
And that's part of the old bylaws that were just passed over to the new ones with the 48-hour notice. So I completely understand what you're saying with that, and those are things that we have, as a committee, have discussed and trying to get worked on and get changed over, because we're following what the policy says in the bylaws.
Yeah, I mean, because like I said, most of the complaints have been supported by the bylaws, so if that's an issue, then that needs to be looked for.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Representative Larney?
Good morning, ladies. How you doing?
Good morning.
So I'm just curious, you guys been keeping up on your budget? That way there's no controversy on, like last year, you've been checking your budgets and making sure that there's no unwanted expenses?
I'm doing the best that we can, yes.
All right, so you guys are you're on time with everything. Now you're running out of money, and I know the budget didn't pass yet, or it's been put off. So I'm just making sure you ladies are all right.
We are working with what we have. We were fortunately able, for this when we went to Florida in February, we were fortunately able to have our room sponsored to us. We did not stay at the Hard Rock Hotel, but they were rooms. That did save us almost $4,000 in our travel expenses that we have, because we only have a maximum of 10,000 that we can use, and only 6,000 of that is supposed to be for Florida. For this sponsor to help us with the rooms, we did not ask. It was a gift given to us. We did accept it, and that did save the girls some money for whenever they want to travel, whenever we travel next, whether it be Albuquerque or to the Choctaw, Mississippi Festival. Also our golf tournament, of course, yes. That we are still fundraising. That's pretty much where we're at. Yeah, anything helps the girls. That's why we're here. Please keep in mind that we do this because we care for our heritage and we care for the young girls that are coming up in age and trying to show leadership. Our budget, yes, it needs to be improved in some form. It would be nice if we had some more guidance on that, since this is our first time working with budget increase. And I would really like to, hear what your thoughts are, so we can reach a level that may pass it.
All right, Madole.
Representative Cootie, and we are getting close to the time limit on this particular committee. So Representative Cootie, Representative Shaw, right after that, then we're going to move on. With princesses, is this the princesses? Okay, we will try to stay with the 15-minute presentation as afforded in our tribal code. But Representative Cootie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was in Florida during the powwow and everything, and I had a mother of one of the princes come and.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't hear you very well.
Can't hear? Can you hear now? Maybe I don't need this. So anyway, I was in Florida during the powwow. I didn't get to see y'all or anything like that, but I did see the princesses. And
I saw you. I was right there with the little one and her mama. I was right there.
There's too many people.
I think you had a lot going on. You were trying to check in that night when I saw you.
But anyway, I had some complaints and everything, and so I just told them that come back to me when we got back up here and everything, and then maybe we could set up a meeting or something and try to iron out some of these things that we're having problems with, whatever they are. We don't need to be having this because of the princesses, We're the chaperones were supposed to be the sample for the girls and everything, and the girls shouldn't have to worry about where their chaperones are at or whatever. And so I just made the recommendation that we need to bring it back up here and have a meeting and maybe, dissolve whatever the problem is, so.
The chaperones, myself and Jessica were with a princess the entire time.
Well,
if
anyway,
there was a
I'm
time
just
where
saying, I was hearing it and I just told them that we need to bring it back here to discuss it, not here. So.
I understand. I'm not sure what you heard, but I am just making that point that just like when you said you didn't see me, I was right there in front of you. So I was there.
Yeah, okay. So I think that, like I said again, I think we need to have the princess enjoy their trip and learn things that they're supposed to and everything, be good representatives.
I agree.
We have Representative McCoy, Representative Shaw, then Representative Lena, and then we really do need to move on to the next committee.
Yes, I would like to make an ask of you, Chair of the Princess Committee. If you could get with the Honor Guard, they are putting on a powwow on April 5th.
Yes,
and if it works into the princess's schedules, if they could attend, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. We've actually already put that on our schedule a month or two ago, whenever we first heard of it.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Shaw.
Well, what I wanted to ask is, y'all haven't tooted your horn. Don't y'all have a stomp dance tonight, benefit stomp dance?
That was the first thing I announced. I'm sorry, maybe you couldn't have hear me very well, because my voice has been going in and out, but yes, I did mention that we are having a stomp dance this evening.
And I want to congratulate the girls. They're doing very well in their speaking.
Yes, they are. They're great.
Okay, we had Representative Lena.
I have a question for the money that was received from the princesses, the extra $200. You know, last year we had a problem with, I believe it was the senior princess, Genesis, kind of asked for a little bit of help. I think I was going to the Gathering of the Nations at that time. But, you know, no one never brought it up, it was never spoken about. And I just wanted to know, you know, this year we made it happen. You know, they got an extra $200, and I was wondering, you know, how'd y'all go about getting that? What budget did it come out of and all that?
Okay. Well, originally, as a committee and speaking with the girls, because we asked them about the amount that was allotted, or what we came up with was $300 to help with extra spending money. Please keep in mind that that's on top of the per diem, their flights, or their gas was paid for to get there. We did have one princess that drove rather than fly. And then we also had the rooms taken care of. So the trip was paid for. This was the $300 originally is just for their spending money, and that was money that was raised from our fundraising. We did have 2 basketball tournaments. Now, that's all that we could afford because we raised money, but we didn't raise enough to give them $1,000 or $2,000 to go. Honestly, the extra $200, I just received an email one day that said that they were going to be sponsored an additional $200 each from our executive. That's all that I am aware of. The money did not come to me, or I had asked Treasury about it, but they at that time didn't know anything about it, but one of the parents did inform me that they received the $200 checks in the mail. That's just,
I was just wondering if we had an explanation of where it came from with budget, you know, because we need to keep track of that stuff. It's very important.
You yield the floor, Representative Lena? You yield the floor? Yes, thank you. Representative Deathridge.
Thank you, ladies. BCR Commission.
BCR?
Widow.
Make sure it's in the clip, please. That destroys the microphone. Yeah, just pop it up in there. There you go.
Good morning. We have Sharon, as our director, Danielle, Land Research, and our attorney, Tim Brown. Any questions?
Ms. Harjo, they may have turned that mic off. Okay, now it's on. Okay.
Got a question. At the last council meeting we had, I reluctantly said something about CENDOC's inability to keep the shelves full of product. And I said that we were gonna launch an investigation at the BCR level. So I'm gonna ask the executive director to give us a quick report as to what our investigation can look like.
I just want to make a statement first. This investigation that we called for was, our main concern was about the sales tax, so just keep that in mind when she gives her report.
I know as far as a report on and overall revenues, is BCR governed to do investigations of this time within tribal law?
As the regulatory agency, we are allowed to do an investigation on the sales tax collection of stores. And so that feeds in from the revenue that they sell things, that, yes.
It's written in the...
As the regulatory body.
No, is it written in the law?
Yes.
Verbatim?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
So I brought extra copies of these if they need to be done. Title 28, Section 707 is where we're given the authority to regulate and to examine CENDOC in this manner. So what we did with the methodology is that we went to each store and looked at what was available, their inventory on their shelves. We took pictures of each store As a comparison, we went across the highway to the other gas station to see what their inventory was like. It's night and day. There, in fact, at the Seminole Nation Casino, there was somebody there restocking shelves, but it was just a little milk crate size crate that they were going by to restock. And so we took pictures of those to show, and what our conclusion was is that the findings highlighted, these findings highlight the critical necessity for enhanced supply chain process and more effective management practices to ensure adequate product availability. Addressing the pressing issues with urgency is paramount to preventing further revenue losses. Deficiencies in the current inventory levels and stock management across all store locations.
Miko, I know it's not a whole bunch of credit to you and the AG or to this band right here, but I would really like for everybody else to be able to hear what the lady is saying. Please.
Are we interrupting you?
You're interrupting that lady and the people can't hardly hear.
Is that right? Speak in your mic, please, and get closer, because I was whispering. I shouldn't have been interrupting anyone.
You were whispering.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you what she's saying.
The deficiencies in current inventory levels and stock management across all store locations emphasize the immediate need for comprehensive and strategic overhaul to mitigate financial impacts and improve overall operational efficiency. No. And so there needs to be a sea change with CINDOC. That's the only location. Those stores are what non-tribal members, there could be their first visual interaction with the Seminole Nation. And traffic there is not what it should be. Sales are down. As you know, this impacts the overall ability of the nation to operate programs and services. And so I have had recommendations, but I don't think it's my place to make those recommendations. That's the place of the commission to make a recommendation to the council on how you all want to address the issue.
Representative Petit?
Yes, Chair, and I think y'all have answered some of my questions, because that was one of my concerns, is whenever a statement was made about an investigation. So thank you for clarifying that. Now, one of the questions I had is, could you provide the council with a resolution which directs BCR to pledge funds to the nation? This was a question I asked when I think that was her name Mary, who used to be there before you. She told us that there was a resolution that said how much, and I can't remember how much the dollar figure was, but what my concern was, with this decline in revenue, it's going to affect your position on how you can contribute to the nation, the amounts you can do there. And I've spoken to several people, and I've spoken to the reps too, the committee members, was about perhaps that resolution needs to be changed to a percentage of net profits, so it doesn't put you on a bind. Say if you're to, by resolution said you're to give $1 million a year. Well, if y'all can't reach that goal, if it's a percentage of your net profits, then that's going to be easier on y'all to maintain that contribution bill. And that's was a concern that I had in mind. But nobody's ever been able to tell me what that resolution was that dictated how much you were to give. So if somebody could locate that and send that to the council, I'd sure appreciate it. Because like I said, if an amendment needs to be made to that, or rescind it and to refigure it, I think that's something that would benefit BCR. Now, as regards to you talked about the stores and having the people to come to the convenience stores that are not members of our nation, that's another thing that's concerned me about the revenue that we get from the compacts. And that when I was looking back at TR 2332, that was where y'all had, the council had authorized the chief to execute an amendment to the current compact, language which would seek to extend the compact until January 1st, 28. Do we have a compact with the nation, with the state right now?
On tobacco?
Well, yeah, any kind of active compact
Thank you for those questions. The first item that you mentioned was the breakdown of the contribution that BCR makes to the overall agenda. I don't recall a resolution stating that, but it is stated in the codes that a portion of the sales fees that we collect from CINDOC, I think it's 30%, are set aside into a revenue reserve account. The same goes for motor fuel and gaming. There's different percentages. I think 14-point-something% of, it's 20% of sales tax goes into that revenue reserve account. 30% of the gaming goes into revenue reserve, and 14-point-something of the motor fuel reserve goes into that. The motor fuel is different in that it's based on our tribal enrollment and not sales of actual motor fuel. So that's a buffer. The other two have been in decline, and it does make it difficult every year to meet those matching funds for childcare or Head Start and early Head Start programs. But the overall revenue that's left over from sales and motor fuel goes to general fund. Gaming is split. That revenue, 14-point-something% goes to reserve account for Head Start and early Head Start. A portion, what's the percentage? Is it 30%? Or no, after that, then we're required to fund SNGA, the interagency, a portion. I think their last for FY25 was $545-something thousand. And then what's remaining from that gaming revenue gaming free collection goes to the general fund. And so every year, as per the code, the generating revenue entities of the nation meet, and we'll be meeting sometime next month to do revenue projections. And so because we are collecting fees and taxes from agency Enterprise and CINDOC, they have to give me their revenue projections so that I can figure out how much of the collections that we give can contribute to Head Start, early Head Start, gaming agency, and general fund. And so we're required to give that revenue projection to the treasurer's office, then it gets released to you all. And so it's not a certain percentage of overall collection other than those revenue reserve accounts that I mentioned. The second part of your question about the tobacco compact, we have been working with attorneys from Governor Stitt's office. Both the AG and the BCR legal counsel and myself have been meeting and working on, and the commission have come up with a proposed compact, and we're in talks right now. We did get an extension of the current compact that expired on December 31st, 2024, and it expires on March 31st, 2025. So within the next month, it'll expire, but we are working diligently to come up with a resolution that benefits both the state and the Seminole Nation. And so to that, today we are in a compact and we're working to get another extension.
Thank you for that, because like I said, when the information I was reading here was that, the Senate and the House were kind of looking at those, trying to work with the tribes to kind of make that extension. I guess they could do that without the, compliance of Governor Stitt. And that's why I was concerned about that, because, according to this, they were to expire December 24. And so that was my concern. And then, like I said, we had looked to make it permanent to 28, but obviously they didn't agree to that. And like I said, as far as the fuel, it's understandable that that's a revenue stream that's gone by. But, we just need to get some of those things done, because this is going to be a very tiring year for everybody.
Right, and to that end, we have gone to the Capitol on many occasions to try to advocate for extensions through the legislators. We talk to them daily. There are several representatives that have been very generous with their time to sit and talk with not only the BCR Commission, but the AG's office, to talk about the concerns for Seminole Nation. And as you may know, I'm also the president of the Oklahoma Intertribal Tax Association. And so for the past 2 going on 3 years, we have been working to advocate for not only Seminole Nation, but all tribes in Oklahoma to try to get something beneficial, those beneficial partnerships with the state.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And one short other question. What are your sources of revenue in VCR? I know that we always say the tags, and the compacts. Are there any other revenue streams that y'all have?
We collect sales fees, motor fuel rebate, tobacco fees from the tobacco wholesalers. We also get the tobacco rebate and gaming fees and motor vehicle revenue.
So, and I think you said previously that your sales tax revenues dropped down because the sales at the convenience stores being reduced currently today. Is that what you're saying about as far as the revenue on your sales tax? Is that 8%? Is that what that is?
8%.
Okay. I was trying to remember because back when that resolution passed, I was kind of confused about the 8% whenever the county sales tax was like 4.5%. And, you know, the 8% to me didn't make an advantage to our people because it was actually what it would be if you paid it in Seminole or Wolfett, you know, some of those deals right there. But that's not my concern today.
But
Thank you. You've answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Most of the taxes are 9.75 elsewhere. Yeah, so ours is still lower. Okay, I saw Representative Conley's hand in Representative Hill and Representative Lambert. And we're right at the time.
You have a compact, right, on cigarettes? But I go out to I-40 and everywhere else, and I smoke. A lot of my friends do too. But we go to the other stores because their stuff is cheaper than the travels. Cigarettes goes out. So that's making the sales are down because there's people going to other places.
Yes, and that's why the commission directed us to do an investigation on their stock and their inventory to see what the issue was. And yes, that is an issue.
Yeah, because I asked them $1.30 difference in the pack of my cigarettes, higher there than just a regular store. That don't make any sense.
Right.
Actually, it all depends on what you purchased it for and what your basis of percentage of profit's going to be. The same thing is with gasoline. That same subject matter has come up before on gasoline, and somebody's selling gasoline cheaper than we do. So that's, you know, there's different perimeters and also logistics that cause the price according to the purchase of that particular tranche of sales or inventory. SINDOC, that's really a question for SINDOC, and they are here.
Yeah, with the compact, they should be cheaper. $1.30, you can stop at the little store.
It just all depends, you know. I mean, that seems to be reasonable thought, but it's not always that way. It doesn't always fall that way. Let's see, we had Representative Hill, I believe, and then Representative Lambert.
Sharon, I should have asked this question to Gaming Enterprise, but it just dawned on me that you're talking about fees and all that. My question would be this, okay, at not the all three casinos, one main is at I-40, which I know you have been visited there. As I was driving, coming in this morning, in the back of I-40, which is on the west side, okay, there's about around 10 to 12, 18 wheelers parked there, okay? You can't tell me that they're all in there playing casinos. So is this becoming a free place for RVs, 18 wheelers to park there, and they're taking the space and everything? Are we allowing it, or are they paying to park there like overnight, or whatever? That was my question. I don't know if you would know the answer, but.
Unfortunately, sir, thank you for that question, but I don't know the answer to that. We don't regulate gaming agency, or gaming enterprise, agency regulates them. So our role is just to collect those gaming fees. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed those trucks there.
This is gonna be like an RV parking place, and we need to make some revenue off of that. Okay?
Exactly.
Not, let every time, whatever the names are, come and park there overnight.
I agree, yeah.
Some nominations are these companies, let's see here, it's free.
Yeah, I agree.
Representative Lambert, then Representative Borba, and their time has come to a conclusion, but let's acknowledge those two representatives and then move on to the next committee or board.
I was just gonna bring clarification to Representative Petit's question about the tax rate of 8%. It is cheaper than other stores around because 4% of that, 4.5% goes to the state, 4% goes to the city, and then 1.25 or something like that goes to the county. So we are, so when we take all of those out, we are cheaper than the stores around us.
Yeah, because it's in lieu of paying to the state and the county.
That's called exercising your sovereignty when you bring fees and taxation in. Representative Borba.
Yes, I was just wondering if your investigation found any reduce in the amount of money that's supposed to be spent on their supplies for the tobacco products? Because some of the stores, were telling me that's like, well, we're not getting as much money as we used to spend on product.
That's probably because they're not making any profit off of sales. I have noticed that since we restarted our compact, the revenue that we've generated from those those tobacco rebates is half of what we did before they expired in 2020.
Yes, and yeah, but I've noticed too that if a customer goes in the store, they don't have the product they want, they will find someplace else to go rather than stopping and not having what they need. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As I stated, the Division of Commerce is here, so some questions are actually probably that can be answered by them. Okay, we came up to our time limit on this. Thank you, ladies, and thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mr. Dettridge, for having them come up and give the investigative report. Okay, anyone else at this time? Committees, boards, commissions? Representative Petit?
Yes, Trust Fund Management Board.
Representative Narcomi?
Yes. Okay, we spoke last September regarding what kind of funds that y'all were making on I guess it's the money that we have out in New Mexico. And if I recall, and from my notes and the minutes, y'all weren't having any meetings, and you actually were basically saying you haven't made any money. Yes. In the 3 years that you've been on that board. Who are the members of the board?
Right now, it's me and,
That's right. So it's just two?
Just 2 out of 5.
Well, then that was my concern, because I think in the code, it says that you're to have some professionals on the board also, is that correct? Is there a reason
A couple
why?
meetings ago, there were a couple of nominations that were specialists, and they were voted down.
So they were brought to the council here to vote?
Yes.
And they were voted down? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Have you made any efforts since that time to request any other nominations be, submitted for?
I make my wishes known to the executive office.
Okay, well, like I said, that kind of leads to we need to get these committees and boards filled so that we can have, and hopefully they would be present at our meetings as we've asked in the past. But too many times we don't have that. And like I said, that's been my concern about that, because, the treasurer just sent us a report back in January about making over $1.1 million in interest off the ARPA funds, which according to the ARPA guidelines, that's ours to use, but it suggests we take those funds and supplement any programs that we have. And that's a concern I like that. And that was my concern about what kind of, have y'all made the same amount of money for the nation on? Because when we expend these funds that we've dedicated to the, clothing fund and burial, those are going to go back.
For the past few years, the amount of money made as making interest has been declining, and it will continue to decline in the current situation. Especially now that the game has changed in Washington, and they're cutting jobs, cutting costs everywhere. So my anticipation is our interest will go just that much lower. And, someone had mentioned it earlier. We received, presentations from banks as to where to go from here. My suggestion would be that you take those, reports to your bank, discuss it, and, get back with us. Within the next couple of weeks, I'll probably schedule a meeting with, the board as we have it, and the office, and the trust management office. And we'll kind of review what we feel is the best direction to go, and if y'all, take it to your band, discuss it, get back with me, and then we'll all get back together at some point and decide where we go as a nation from here.
Okay, in the code, it says you'd have 5 members.
Yes.
Well, if there's only 2 of you,
Yes.
how can y'all establish a quorum to bring your meeting?
We're not gonna have a quorum, we just want to.
So you're just gonna make suggestions
Right.
and recommendations,
All we do is this one.
and, which is understandable because you don't have a quorum.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Well, like I said, that my concern was, well, let me ask you this. Do you, as a committee, have any input as to how these funds can be, invested? Like money markets, CDs, whatever, stuff like that? Or is that dictated by the federal government?
It comes back here. I mean, this body makes a decision.
Okay.
But we can, that's why I was saying that, if y'all take it back to your bands, discuss it, and y'all think, we will do the same. We'll compare our suggestions. And we'll give you our reasons why we go in this direction.
So your committee, what you're saying is, will review all the possible ways we could invest this money safely, and then make a recommendation of how to produce income through either money market, CDs, or whatever.
Correct.
And we can do that as the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, and not do something that the federal government dictates. That's what, okay, all right.
Hold on. The Office of Special Trustee always is involved in it. Okay? So make sure you got that understanding. The Office of Special Trustee, and really, when the presentations came from those banks, we've been discussing this for my lands probably 10, 12 years now, and the projections of the increase of the tribal membership and the amount of programs that are eventually going to reach to where, something has to give, right? So if we're able to make more percentage doing another way, and still protected, obviously, still safe, but making twice as much interest, that means your interest and your yields will eventually begin to grow again and be able to maybe sustain the existing programs we have, or even eventually adopt others as it grows larger. That's a very serious item that needs to be discussed, because we've suspended programs under the Judgment Fund over the period of the last 20 years, and it's basically because of the need is there, because the population is rising, but our interest rates when we're doing it with the feds are very, very low.
Chairman, I understand. I think that's kind of what we discussed at that last meeting. And in fact, you had asked me if I would have started on, but that was my concern, was sometimes if they're in CDs, and I understand back then when interest rates were very low, how long they were tied in, because sometimes you can accept the penalty if you have a larger rate of return, and if it'll recover from that penalty in less than a year or a year, then you can start making a higher return on the investment. And that was my concern then, was, has any efforts been made to do any of that? And like I said, it's just a matter of, we need to get that board put together so we can bring those things to the council.
Council serves on that board, and then a professional outside of the council can serve on that board. So when nominees come, there's another remedy for that, is that they stay on that board until their successor is duly confirmed, and that would mean people whose terms expire would continue on till they are replaced. We live in a time, and I'm just going to cut it after this, we live in a time that people's time, I guess, is very important to them, and many times they don't have, they don't have the time, I guess, to try to serve. The spirit of volunteerism, even though they get paid a little stipend, is not as strong as it used to be, even 15 years ago. Okay, let's see. Is that Representative, who else had their hand up? Representative Narkemy and anyone else? And we'll move on after this.
Let me correct myself. We didn't actually vote these people down. There was a resolution stating that somebody that serves on the finance board would be able to serve on more than one committee. And that was voted down. So because of that, the two nominations were then had to be withdrawn.
Yeah, that's how that happened.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because I personally did not recall ever voting to turn down anybody for that effect. And I thought, well, I can go back and review my notes, because I'm pretty good about keeping track of all that. And I didn't ever recall what you stated, but thank you for clarifying that.
Representative Narkemy.
Just a couple of questions. What's our current amount that we have in the trust fund right now?
That figure, I don't have it up to that.
Okay.
I do have a report.
Okay.
Right off the top of my head.
Okay. And what interest are we getting on that trust fund currently?
It is.
Oh, it's probably going to be around the 2 point something.
Yes, 2 point something. 2.0. It's a low 2 point.
Which is ridiculous.
And it's a variable, I think, from 1.5 to 2.2.
I think it has gone down a little bit since I last.
Oh, yeah.
Last checked.
And once you get that information, if you could just forward that to the council, I appreciate that.
Most of those,
Trust fund management actually.
most of the institutions that presented, they presented, at least, either a 4.5 to 5.1 to 5.2 return. If we were to go that way eventually, that would practically double and almost triple the amount of yield on our investment. Okay. Anyone else for trust fund management? Okay. Thank you, Representative Narkemy. Anyone else that the council desires to see? Representative Larney?
Yeah, who do we call up for the harbor projects on the construction? We have no updates or anything. Just for example, like childcare here, in their reports, they don't have nothing on like what's going on with the Commonwealth job and the new daycare up there. What's going on with all this stuff? I mean, we haven't had no updates on that. Who we talked to? I mean, I know it's split up in different departments.
There's a couple of committees, I think, that go over the child care as well as the Head Starts. As far as the child care update there at the Commonwealth, you see some of the construction that's being done there. They're hoping to estimate they keep moving it back, but maybe August, opening it up for the new, for the enrollment to go into that new facility. And last I remember, it should be about May when they get the water tower painted. They have to have a consistent temperature of about 50 to 55, I think they were saying. But yeah, we do have people that.
What about the interior of the building? Do we have problems with the contractors, or is the contractors, there's no work going on inside?
Yeah, the child care and along with procurement, along with our other legal counsel is working through that. They
Any
did.
updates on that? It's been a while.
They're moving on with that, with our bond. So it's estimated, I believe, they said within the next month, if I remember correctly, that could be settled by then. So that's what we're hoping.
Okay, another thing too is that Because in the report for childcare, it doesn't mention none of the grants. And I want it to be updated because, you know, just in case, because, you know, the Trump administration's in. And then we have a grant for $800,000 for the childcare grant. And I want to know if that's secured. Any kind of updates on that, or is there anything that's secured? Because, say, for example, we've got Barker Waters that is sitting there, gutted down. And if any money is put into that, any of those grants, or say we start construction on it, is there gonna be any, is that money gonna be secured?
That money,
How about if we have to, give it back to the federal government once we start the construction? Or do we know when we're gonna start construction?
no, you don't have to do that. It's what, those monies are secured, and, of course, there's a whole schedule, through those ARPA projects and, dates that's given, through the GC methodology. So we look forward to them to, you know, get that thing completed.
Okay, what about the funding? Do we have the funding to finish that?
We do have the funding to finish it.
Okay, so they moved the construction office to temporary and they told it too, so, I mean, just sitting there. So I want to know when it's going to be back in.
We do have the funding to finish it, and we have a lot of projects that have a schedule to be finished. And I just received the schedule, actually.
Everything will be done by September.
Okay, because I know we've been in the design phase for a long time.
That's true.
And it's taken up a lot of our money, And it's the people's money, so we need an update on this, so that way we know what's going on. Because there's no transparency on it, we don't know nothing that's going on, and it's been asked many, many, many times. So we want to start seeing the construction breaking ground and see some results.
I believe many of the projects, continuation, breaking ground on some of the projects with ARPA, and of course you're on the Transportation Board. Those are also within a schedule that I've seen, I think in the last week to 10 days, yeah. So it's moving on. We expect everything to be finished by, all the projects to be finished by the September of 26.
Thank you, I'll give the floor.
Let's see, I think I seen Willis's hand first. I mean, Representative Deathridge, then Representative Lambert.
Chair, I'm gonna request that we break for lunch so this group over here can get all their stuff together and they won't be bothered and cackling back and forth. Let's take a break so they will have an opportunity to discuss their business, okay? And come back whenever.
We're 25 minutes till the 12. Is that the consensus of the council, or you want to continue on? Well, we have Representative Lambert, and that can be considered, but she's objecting to it. Representative Lambert.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee, please. And we do have, you don't have to stand, Representative Gonzalez. If you can stand, that'd be fine. Representative Gonzalez is fine if she needs to answer seated.
Well, my concern is with Sharon, with the VCR, talking about how the projections are down. Are you guys watching, the other projections and making sure that we're hitting our marks and making adjustments so we're not at a deficit at the end of the year?
Thank you for the question. And yes, the Finance Committee meets on recommendations, and we are constantly asked, can we review something? We can review it, but we can't bring it forth to the council until they give it to us in writing so that we can put it on the finance agenda, so that then we can call a Finance Committee meeting, and then we send the recommendations to our general counsel. So the answer to your question is yes.
So if, this is just a question, so if we're not meeting those projections, what are our proactive responses to that we're spending on a whole?
Thank you for the question. Right now, currently, we have to agree on just freezing everything until we have all of the questions answered. They have to come before our council, they have to come before the committee. We meet virtually or in person, as soon as we get the request. But right now, everything is on hold until all of our questions are answered, and we thoroughly vet those budgets. And we deny them, we table them, we send them back, because we don't know what our cuts are gonna be, and we don't know when. We have to look at where we are, because our fiscal year is October 1 for federal. So we've already been, submitted our budget for October 1, but we're now 6 months in. So based on where we are with 6 months, if we don't know how much money we have left to finish our projected budgets that we already have on the books, we can't do anything. So right now, we're at a midway mark. And 6 months out, when you're talking about cutting funding and not having funds to finish, right now, the only thing we can guarantee is projects that are already underway, that have already been voted on by the council. If anything comes to us at this point and it has not been approved by the council, unfortunately, we can't even consider it. It may be good, it may be beneficial, it may even generate revenue. But at 6 months in, if we haven't voted on it and we haven't been able to present it to you all to look at, vet, and ask questions, all we can do is talk about it, send them back to the table for their corrections, because we find indiscretions and things that are not appropriate. And if it can't make it through us, we don't even send it to the council. But right now, we're 6 months in to our budget. And now with the projections of losing revenue, the only thing we can approve is the things we already have money for.
So
If
you
that
are
makes
being
sense.
diligent in spending.
Absolutely. You think something's coming through Ida and we don't have the money for it? Ella, Ida, myself, even Sherry Bear, we have people that are on the line. Our treasurer is present when we have our meetings as well. The tribal treasurer, he's also present. So it's about 5 of us, plus those who are bringing their budgets to us. And they may have an expert or somebody else on the line with them. But if they can't make it through our questions, we don't even bring it to you, because we can't afford it. We're already a small tribe. We're already limited. There's some things we can do funding-wise, like we have accounts with trust funds in it. Those accounts are making interest. We have had requests to spend the interest. But if we don't get the questions answered as to what you're taking the interest out for, what projects are you using it for, we can't approve it. And so we're sending them back to go get those questions answered for us before we will even put them on the agenda to talk about what we're doing. Now, what we can do better is look at some of our accounts and what interest rates we've agreed to. Some of our accounts are 10 years old, and we've only had a 1 to 2% agreement, where we have the ability to move all of that trust fund money into another account and negotiate the interest rates that we can get from that, because we don't even spend that money. But if it's sitting there for 10 years at 1%, we didn't make any money. We didn't make any money. So we have an ability to move some things around. We monitor, we look at the audits, but we also look at the projections. And right now the projections are, we need to make cuts, as opposed to leaving things the same. The only way we can leave things the same is if it falls under the things we've already approved. We're at the 6 month mark. If it's already been approved, that's all we have money for. New things coming in, we have to vet.
But that was my concern, and you answered it.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make sure that we are mindful that we may not make those projections.
We not only will we not make new projections, we're struggling to finish the 6 months out. But we're gonna do the best we can. We're gonna be very diligent with that. And we can provide the council with any report that you need to see where we are at this point. So we can request that from Ms. Bear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Finance Committee? Mr. Petit.
Yes, Chair, in reviewing the code regarding the, I guess, what Finance Committee is recommending or directed to do, under one of the audit finance deal, I've asked previously about, since the council has to approve the audit, while we don't have a say in who we would like to select to be the auditor. And I've given several people several reasons why I feel like we need to have input since we're asked to do that. Is a change in code needed? I don't know, that's something this council needs to recommend or consider. But one of the things that has always kind of brought to my attention, and this is under section 204, you're to review and evaluate all budgets administered by the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, otherwise by law of Seminole Nation. Okay, well, and Representative Arney just brought up ARPA. That's always been a concern of mine because we never passed a budget for that. And it was confirmed in the recent audit that was provided by Rose Rock that that's why the nation we've never done that. And while it's too late now to do that in the budget, I mean, it can be reviewed because you can back into what was actually spent out at. And like I said, it'd be up to this council to decide if that's what they want to have, is a review of those funds, to make sure they're spent per the appropriations and how they were set and directed to each individual or department to do those. That's what I felt like needs to be done. But it basically, under here it says monitor budget compliance and performance by reviewing monthly financial reports required by the Seminole Nation Financial Management System. Manual for programs administered by the Seminole Nation. Notify the principal chief regarding any required corrective action. And that's my concern there is why did y'all not contact the chief and have us correct this 3 years ago? That's what should have been done. And we've wasted basically 3 or 4 years because we reached the deadline and December 31st for those funds to be obligated. And like I said, that's been a concern of mine. I think that was incumbent on the financial review board to have brought that to the council's attention that you needed to do that.
And I will make a comment on that.
Excuse me, sir, I'm speaking. Okay, that has been a concern of mine, that we've never done that. And in fact, the gentleman just spoke, it said on the floor several times that y'all okayed some of these projects. And I basically responded back, no, this council, according to Article 5, they have the authority to do that, and that's what should have been done. But, I mean, we can't put spilled milk back in the carton. But I'm just saying that's something that's concerning me, and I think the people of this nation need to take a review of that and make correct the code if needed, or take into consideration those people that they put in these positions to do these things, that they perform according to the code. Because that's always been frustrating me. Thank you, that's the end of my questions.
Thank you for sharing that concern with us. You do have the right as a council representative and on behalf of your band to submit recommendations not only to the Finance Committee, but also to our DA, recommending that we provide a review of that and recommending that you want, or requesting that you want a copy of the audit sent to your band so you can review it and then come back to the Finance Committee with a recommendation. We've had a transition of finance chairs. We've had a transition of auditors as well. So we too are requesting information that should have been given to us. And when we get it, we look at it. But the things that we've approved were the things that were in our purview. Everything that the Finance Committee approves are recommended to come to this council. So if it was implemented based on our recommendation and did not come to the council, you do have the opportunity to make a request from the DA or our general counsel's legal team to ask why did that happen and wait on their response, then bring it back to the Finance Committee and say, based on this code, you violated that by making these recommendations and they were implemented. All we can do under our purview is make those recommendations. Any recommendations that we make are supposed to come to this council. Now, if you've got, executive decisions that implement those recommendations prior to them being approved by the council, every time we approve something from the council, the attachment of that approval and the minutes come from Ms. Joni, and then they go back to the executive committee saying that the council approved it. It is at that point that it should be implemented. So if there's some oversight on our part, every recommendation that comes out of the finance committee is supposed to automatically, by our code, come to the council. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Well, and I appreciate your response to that, and you're correct. It's this council body that approved these appropriations for these resolutions. That I will not deny. But by the same token, a budget was never established so we could review that, and it would be, I felt like incumbent on y'all to have brought that to the nation's attention or the council's attention. This should have been done 3-4 years ago. And that's where the failure took place. And that's why, like I said, I hate to throw all y'all under the bus on this council, but it's our job under Article 5 to control all that. And that should have been taking place back then. So, but otherwise, like I said, y'all can only do what we instruct y'all to do as far as on those budgets.
Well, the finance team works very diligently, and our fiduciary duty is to review budgets. So when they come to us in order to get on the agenda, there has to be a budget. They can't just come talk to the finance committee about what has been done or what's going to be done. It has to be presented to us in the form of a budget. So anything that we approve is a budget. So if something was implemented without a budget, then it probably didn't come through the finance team.
Okay, I just got one more question now regarding the budget.
Sir.
When y'all present that comprehensive budget, it's about 4 inches thick. Okay, there's a lot of items in there. Now, some of the reviews that I've made in the past, when they come to you, they not only give you the amount that they request budget, but they give some detailed description of what they anticipate that they'll be doing with their budget. You know, are they going to be buying something? You know, are they going to be adding personnel and things like that so that y'all can prepare the budget to send to us?
Right.
One that came up recently was regarding the Bristol Mansion, the opioid receipt. Okay, let me just put it in there. Okay. Do y'all have a copy of that? The opioid amount? Because it lists grants, any kind of revenue that we received, y'all received a copy of that also. The request where that was placed in the budget, did they have a description of the items that were, you know, projected to be used for, you know, because I think the AG had sent a letter back in May, I think it's a year or two ago, that said some of these that were items that could have been approved for use. And like I said, I would hope members of the council read that letter because it's pretty descriptive and things that were, you know, could be used with those funds. And that's why I was wondering if that listening programs and stuff like that. Do y'all have a copy of that? Would you be able to provide me a copy of that budget item and what its request for as far as use?
Absolutely, and thank you for that recommendation and that request. If it came through the finance committee, whether it was a letter or a recommendation, the collaboration of what she put in that letter, if it came through the finance committee, we either tabled it or we made a recommendation on it. Every budget has a rationale. It has a projected percentage of increase or decrease. We thoroughly vet it. If you're gonna purchase something, a van, a building, equipment, anything like that has to be included in the budget. Even if it's a pay increase, we ask, is it a 2% pay increase or
I gotta make a
over a
comment.
certain amount of time, how much
I gotta make a
is it
comment,
gonna,
okay.
include? So if that letter was produced 2 years ago, we can go back and ask our chair, we can ask Sherry Bear to provide that to the council again. Because if we have it, it is in our binder. Now, if we sent out a binder and the council didn't read it, it's one or two things happen. It cannot come to the council without the approval of the finance committee. So we will table it if it's incomplete. We will ask questions, And we will give them an opportunity to come back to the agenda. If we take it off the agenda and say, we can't approve this because if you can't answer our questions or the rationale is not included, we give them an opportunity to go back and fix it and then come back to the finance committee. But if it was put in a letter, she had to get that information from the recommendation of the finance committee. So we will take responsibility for monitoring, who's auditing, all those things have to come through the finance committee. And generally, when we have a finance committee, our chairman, our executive director, and our assistant principal chief is also present, so that we can have input. The things that we make decisions on, we don't always have the holistic story, but we have the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. So the numbers will tell us if we have misappropriated funds, if they were not utilized properly, and even if they weren't, there's some audits that we don't have access to that we've asked for. If we don't have them, we can't make a recommendation to this council. So if you want that information, please send it to us. And it doesn't matter if it's 2 years old or 4 years old, it's our duty to get back to the council and give you that information. And so we'll see to it that you get it. Okay? And if you don't get it by the next quarterly meeting, in your recommendation or in your request, ask for it to be delivered to the council by the next quarterly meeting. Give us an opportunity to go back and review it. Okay? And we'll be happy to provide that to the council.
Thank you for your response. I yield.
Representative Lambert.
I have one comment for them, and then I'm gonna ask Cindy to come up, but, what the other, are you guys meeting with, S&GE and BCR and CINDOC regularly, or primarily S&GE and BCR, before you approve the comprehensive budgets?
We meet with everybody that has a request. If you have a budget request and you send it in, we only meet with those who are on our agenda, unless somebody requests it.
How do you know how much money it is? I mean, so how do you know how much request you can actually fund?
We do it budget by budget.
Well, if you don't know what's coming,
We don't know what our total income is. We have an overall projected income from the previous year, because the budget has to be submitted.
That comes from the certified revenue
That's
report.
correct. I was gonna say that.
The certified
That's on
revenue
Title
report
14
that comes
certified
through.
revenue account,
Yes.
you have a copy of that.
Yeah.
And we provided it to the council
Yeah,
members.
correct.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
I
these
don't know if
processes
it's
are in place.
incomplete or not, but we provided it, and we have to provide it under Title
to
14.
make sure that we're hitting those marks?
Yes, and sometimes we don't hit those marks, and they have to come back and adjust their budget to give to us. But
And generally, that only affects general fund because of the amount of
What's coming in?
because of
what's coming in through grants. Yeah,
But if they make a special request, we do meet with them.
yeah, correct.
If they make an additional request, we do have to put them on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And I will make a comment and then I'll call on Representative Shaw, but when it comes to the ARPA budgets, they were originally submitted to the General Council as appropriations. Those were all tabled for 2 meetings. They were represented to the Finance Committee, and every single resolution that had been tabled was represented to Finance Committee with a budget that was approved, that in turn came back to the council and was appropriated through the resolution, through the budgets, and those are all in place. We are on target to, if we were ever audited when it comes to specifically ARPA, which is a 10-year audit period, we have no concerns. Now, what I will say is with the CARES funds, which was what, 20 million, we have one resolution in the amount of around $200,000 that came to this council. So short of not utilizing a not so great word, we're looking at $20 million that was not appropriated through this council, that does not have a foundation document in which to base an audit. That's something that not this council, but our Council of the Seminole Nation failed to uphold our Finance Committee at the time and the administration at the time to our code of laws. So if we're ever audited by this Trump administration for CARES or ARPA, tighten your belts when it comes to ARPA, because that's $20 million that we do not have resolution. or CARES, sorry. Yeah, thank you, CARES. ARPA, every single dollar is accounted for. When it come to what needed to be obligated by the December 24 deadline, every single dollar was obligated in accordance with, not only in accordance with the ARPA guidelines, it was actually stronger because our council appropriations would have passed audit. They were solidified in contract to be completed by December of 26. So when there's concerns with some of these projects that we feel like they should be further along or they should be further developed, they are on track to be completed within those deadlines so that we're not dinged by anything. And some of these things that we do wish they were further along, but it is what it is. And when it comes down to where we at are on paper, we will pass every single audit that could come in from the OIG. Okay, Representative Shaw, and then we'll come across to Representative Fulbright.
Representative Tate brought something up a minute ago, that the opioid, it's never been budgeted.
That was a 2-year budget.
And I was gonna ask did y'all get copies of the award letters from the opioid settlements? And how many opioid settlements have we received today? Because I know this council has asked for it on time and time again. Of our administration have gotten nothing. Now I'm gonna ask finance, do y'all have letters saying that we're giving you $1 million today, $1 million tomorrow, $1 million next day? I know that we've got more than one opioid check. How much do we have in that? Because being on the finance committee, y'all should know. Have y'all seen the award letters, or did y'all approve because they're gonna say we passed it 2 years ago, but how did we pass it 2 years ago when we didn't know we was even gonna get opioid money for sure? So, that's really projected. But, we spent $1 million on that Grisso, and we need to know how much is left. I mean, as a council, that'd be your pocketbook too. It's everybody's pocketbook in here. I'm talking about every tribal member's pocketbook. Then we need to know how much money do we have. Because I don't want to have to reach over in David's pocket, steal $1 so I can go get me a coat. But if I know that I've got $1, I don't have to steal his. So that's what I'm saying. You know, you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
Do y'all have those documentation?
I do not have them. I do not have them in my binder. I have not seen them. It doesn't mean we have not received them. I personally did not see them. So I can, during the break, I can pull up my docket for all of our finance committees and I can look through our agenda to see if we've received them. But I don't think we have them, but it doesn't mean we don't. Well, like I said, when I was talking to a representative, we had a change in our chairman for the finance committee. So whatever was not presented to us 2 years ago or not received by us, I don't have. But I can yield to Representative Ida Gonzalez to see if she has received it. But the council has requested every quarter to be updated on the finances. Right. And to be updated. And so if you have not received that, we will take that recommendation back to our chair, and we can have an emergency meeting to make sure that we look for those things. But he's been asking for quite some time, and we produced one of those reports, but we were not asked to go back 2 years ago. So when we produced the report, it was current. It was not from a previous administration.
Okay, well, y'all can answer that for me.
Yes, sir.
Then I can answer to the people who's asking me.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm not talking just for my band either, I'm talking about for a lot of other people that have questions.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if we need to make that recommendation into a motion so that the finance.
Treasury could provide whatever, funds that we receive through the opioid settlement. And Finance Committee did approve the opioid budget, and council did approve the opioid 2-year budget. So it is where it stands at this time. But as far as additional funding that's come in through opioid, yes, it can be provided. The treasurer will be able to have that.
His question was, do we have the letter, not the budget? His question was, do we have the letter that says what our appropriations was with the amount? And I don't have that letter saying.
When we came before the council, there's a spectrum, which means there's several different pharmaceutical companies and organizations where the opioid funds are settled with and come into the nation. So it's not going to be a necessary letter. It's going to be the opioid abatement team that are the former Assistant Secretary of Indian Affairs, Kevin Washburn's a part of the lead on that. So we get not a letter like a letter of award.
Right.
It's not federal funds, and that's what a lot of people are saying, it's federal funds. No, it's not. It's not federal funds. It's a settlement. Just like any other time we get a settlement. We got the $12.5 million. That was a settlement. We got the Florida lands claim, which is existently the judgment fund. That is, of course, it had some requirements with it because it was dealt with by the feds, but it was a settlement. But yeah, that can be given. Bill, if you would, just get what we received in the opioid, and there's actually millions probably left.
I've still got the floor, so I might ask you then, how come you haven't been able to produce that, how much we received? I don't care if it's an award letter, I'd like to see it in black and white. Because they're asking me, as a representative of the people out here, why did y'all spend that $1 million? Or how did y'all get the $1 million? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
You said, except your word, it's an opioid settlement. And I can say that all day long.
Well, actually, I wish you would understand it. You've been on this council for many, many years. The Finance Committee approved the budget. Council approved it as well, and we execute within the auspicities of that budget.
The other question is, how did that all come about before we got our first opioid check? Because we didn't know how much we were getting.
I think you're getting time frames kind of mixed up there, but we'll try to get that information for you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I want to answer his question. Chief just asked our treasurer to get that information for you, so we want to make sure we respond, because he just asked Mr. Bill, the tribe's treasurer, to get that information for you.
That's been done more than once.
Well, now we know the request has been made, but that's why I was trying to clarify, does that request need to be in writing from this council and this body? And is it something that we need to vote on so that it comes to you regularly in a quarterly meeting, not just when we get awards or settlements?
2 or 3 weeks ago, they asked me these questions.
Right.
But they've been asking all along. And I brought it to the floor all along. And it's been a year now, I still have not got those answers. And when I tell them I haven't got those answers, what are you doing? Just giving us lip service? That's what I'm getting. So I've got to give that same thing. I can only say what I hear.
We now have a solution in place. Now that the finance team has been made aware, we can ask our chairman, we can ask Sharon Beer to work with our tribal treasurer to make sure that the finance team gets it, so that we can go back in future references to have it, but also that the council, everyone on the council, receives it.
All
But
right.
my clarification for you is, do you want these updates quarterly, or is it just a one-time update
Oh,
for this
no,
opioid?
every time we get monies in, it should be coming to this council,
Perfect,
so they can report it back to the people.
perfect.
But, you know, I'll yield the floor right there, I've got no more to say.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we're after the 12 o'clock hour. Why don't we, if the council would desire to take the break now, so that we can try to keep on schedule after the lunch hour. I do have a message from the Rudy from SNGA. He said that Mr. Foster is actually considered the deputy gaming regulator and can cover in the absence of Rudy if he's not here. Rudy a lot of times is here, but Sindoc is here if we can limit it, because he is here. I doubt if he comes after the lunch hour.
Please, would you send him up? Would you send him up? So he can respond?
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, and while Sindoc is coming forth, I just want to remind everybody, there is an Indian taco sale across the road there at the OEP, the Senior Citizen Center. Sindoc? Yes.
It's got short, man. Can you hear me?
You can pick it up if you like. There you go. Okay, let's listen up here. We have people talking to each other. We're still in session, and we have another request for Sindoc, another board to come. So he's before us.
Where would you like for me to start? Do you have a question?
Just to start, I wanted, as a BCR commissioner, I need to make sure that we know that our projections are based on Sindoc's projections. And so when we don't hit our mark, it's basically because we don't hit Sindoc's marks, or Sindoc doesn't hit their marks. So do you want to go ahead and tell us, give your side of the story, kind of sort of say what is going on at Sindoc and why the shelves aren't stocked and the sales are down.
Okay. When, I guess probably about last July, August, I assumed more direct control over the over the Sindoc operations. And at that time, we had to institute a cash budget based for each store on purchases. Our cash situation, as we've described to you many times, is based on what we sell, what we put in. And at the time, our cash management was not within what we would like to expect. So, we still have cash flow issues, and we're still working through that, kind of putting in new strategies involved. The first thing we put in place was a budget for each store. And that budget is based on 75% of your previous day's sales, inside sales. Fuel's handled differently. And the reason for that is we have other expenses we have to maintain and incur. We also need to try to make sure that we're covering and paying for those things that we sell. The end result of this, though, is the process, and that was one thing we put into place. The other thing we put in is we found over the years that we've been in, we have had a significant amount of inventory that was simply sitting there, that had been purchased and was not turning. And in the store environment, if your inventory doesn't turn, you're not producing any revenue on what's sitting there. So we instituted in the last quarter, we instituted new procedures, inventory purchasing. We're in the effectively what we've found is we're having to overhaul completely from top to bottom the store operations, and ranging from cash management, fuel purchasing, and again, that's part of the cash management. Purchasing inside part of the process. What the result of it all is that all these things hit at the two lowest points in the annual cycle for convenience stores. January and February, December, January, February are the lowest months. So our sales are down, so our ability to restock at the levels we would like has not been there. The second thing we've got to determine is what level to restock to. We're working on our inventory management procedures to where we know what we're going to stock and what our minimum levels of reorder will be. That's not been as consistent as we would like it at each store level, and it's created some problems. When we moved into trying to restructure our pricing and what we were selling, tobacco was a major issue. So the first department we addressed in October, November was tobacco. Because tobacco is actually the biggest contributor to the revenue at VCR, not sales, tobacco. So we tried to stabilize that. I'm not sure how well that's working because we're battling two things. One, it's not all stocking issues, we just have fewer smokers. And part of that is always going to be a problem. We're in the process of working through some of these things. We've instituted issues that are addressing issues with the inventory purchasing, and that we think will let us rebound. One of the most critical things that we've done in looking at our pricing in our market is we're going back to a more value-oriented, we're going to create a strategy of more value-oriented products. For example, we've began sourcing some of our soda products through Simulation Services, purchasing them ourselves through that source rather than buying them from Coke or Pepsi. And what that's been able to allow us to do is we're selling now our 12-ounce cans of soda, which were not part of our inventory prior to this. Everybody had moved to the 16-ounce and up products. We're going to sell that at $1, and we're doing other products in a similar fashion. So we still have many of the products, larger volume products, that are going to be $2 range and above, but we're introducing a whole new level of products, primarily, at least initially, in the soda range, and probably candy and snacks, that are going to be more geared toward helping people in the current market environment. All of our stores, particularly Woka and River Mist, are in low-income environments, and families are stressed down and will be even more stressed as we move forward. The end result of that, though, is that strategy, although it creates moving from selling a can of pop for $2 a can to $1, that's going to impact sales tax. It improves the profitability margin for us, but it impacts sales tax. The intent of that, though, is that, at least from our perspective, is that it will increase and help us maintain our inside sales capacity. It has dropped, and nobody's more aware of that than we are, because we have to live off of what we make. And we're not bringing it in to the level that we want to bring in. We're not at the inside sales level. It's not consistent with the budgets and standards we set for this year, and we know that. Like I said, we know that better than anyone. We're taking steps to try to correct it. The benefit to, in all this is that we hope to get everything repositioned and restocked to the level so that when we move into March, April, particularly April through July, which is the highest sales periods for the stores, we will things will be a lot better. A couple of things that we're doing that are addressing problems that we've run into. One is we're replacing all of the soda fountain drinks with machinery that we own. Currently, the machinery is owned by, the dispensers are owned by Pepsi. We're bound to Pepsi products. We want to get away from that particular relationship. If we own our own soda fountains, we can sell whatever we wish to those. And those are on order. They'll be here at the end of the month. Another problem we ran into was our ice machine vendor pulled all his boxes. We weren't selling enough ice. And we told him, well, it's wintertime, we don't sell the volume of ice that, and he said, well, I need to make money on it. Correct? So he pulled. So our solution to that is we have ordered, Trading Post is the only store that has an ice machine capable of bagging and filling ice on its own. So it has started doing that. We've ordered a new ice machine for I-40 and a new ice machine for Hermes for that same purpose. They will not be delivered and on site until March 13th. So we'll continue for this next few weeks with less than product offering in that area. But once they're in place, we will begin bagging our own ice again, which we did years ago. And that's an example of one of the things that we're looking at doing to increase our margins, our profitability margins. We're looking at every little thing like that we can do that makes sense for us to be able to try to change the dynamic that's been in place and to try to improve, one, profitability on our part, but also sales, and that will come with it at the next level. But as I said, the one problem that may emerge is as we change our pricing structure, or we're not selling products at the same level we were selling before, we now have to sell more of that to bring in the same amount of sales tax revenue that we once did. And that's our objective with making these changes, is to significantly increase our inside sales, because that's where the greatest profitability is in these facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your diligence and work on this. But can you provide the Finance Committee with a copy of the rationale as to why you've changed products and what has happened? It will give us insight when we are voting on the budget changes and the requests. But we want to make sure the rationale is updated, because at the time we vote on these budgets, there's a small rationale given to us, but when products change and things are pulled, we don't have that updated report in real time.
What might be the best way to approach it, Representative, would be if the BCR would present us with their report that they gave you, and then we could respond to that report and share that report with the Finance Committee with the upcoming. It's about time to do the revenue reports anyway.
Right.
So that would give us a basis for providing a response, not only to you, but also a written response to the council as well. Mr.
Chairman, do we have the ability to do data sharing amongst the BCR and CENDOC, SNG?
I'm sure we have the ability for that. We have to, that's an IT question.
Okay.
For the specifics of it.
You just give us a written report for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could.
I just didn't know if our Constitution allowed us to be able to share finances from one group to another.
I think it can go to the Finance Committee, because you got to make decisions based on that, obviously.
I'm talking about the report that the BCR just gave you this morning.
Okay.
The investigative report.
Okay.
Not their financial report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Division of Commerce? Representative Shaw.
I've got written down here about CENDOC, was supposed to be getting you rent money from IHS. Do y'all get that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and back in 2019, council started they presented to y'all to start paying not y'all, but the SNGE, start making payments on the Grisso. So where's that rent money going?
What rent money for Grisso?
Rent money from IHS.
Oh, it goes primarily into our operation and the maintenance of the facilities for IHS. But it's what funds a big part of SNDOC operation.
And you also understand, that, what was his name, Steve Getz no longer works there?
Yes.
So that ought to give you, what, another $75,000 to play with?
It's about, it'll be about $10,000 a month. As long as we don't employ a CEO, it'll be about $10,000 a month. We can't afford to do that this time.
Can't afford to do it, you let people go, you got $75,000 or $2,000 a month extra, plus you're getting that.
Well,
this money from the IHS, and you still can't make it?
Nope. If you'll see our budget, we've cut back considerably, and it's based on that revenue source. That's our major revenue source outside of the stores.
It wouldn't be, you got too much overhead, would it?
No, we've trimmed our overhead down. That's why we don't have a CEO. And you've noticed we've eliminated several positions from the budgets. Our operating budget is about as tight as it's going to get, in terms of being able to maintain the operation at the administrative level.
I think that's one of the things we're going to have to consider too, rearranging the budgets on the people sitting in the office. Maybe they're making more money than everybody else around here.
Well, we only have about 4 people, actually, left on the staff that's there, and that's our core accounting staff and personnel. And we've kept, if you remember in our last budget presentation, we've trimmed our operating costs, particularly on the salary level, way down from what it's been. So we're operating at a level we believe we can sustain it, but sustaining it includes using the revenue sources that's been available to us for the last several years. That includes the IHS rental.
Okay, just a clarification, it was in 2022 that the IHS leases went over to the Division of Commerce. It was when the former chief was still the CEO over at the Division of Commerce when that actually took place. So,
2013.
13, yeah. So you're about 11 years off there with the year you gave. So they've been receiving that. Wow, what, 12 years now? Longer? Representative Petit? Okay, I see your hand.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. You said something about that revenue from the IHS deal, something like that. Is that not what that 2019-03 was back, whenever I remember all this stuff that I didn't have, but it had to do with, what you were saying, gaming has contributed $60,000 a quarter. And I thought that was what it was to be used for, because the accumulation of that fund right today would have been probably about $1.5 million that we've taken out of gaming funds to pay, and I think it was directed towards Grisso, because that was one of the very first resolutions that I told our band. It had 2 subjects in it, and what we were to do was, they had done one previously, a band had presented one, and they found it to be illegal, I think is what they said. And so this one was to correct that action, because that's what I told my band at the time. I said, well, if you do what this resolution says now, then you're endorsing something that's illegal. So that was why I take 2 subjects out of it. I think I've discussed that with the AG about we don't need that. But back to that, I think that what he's saying, if I'm correct in what you're saying, is where's all that money going? Because they're getting IHS money to pay the Grisso. And so is SNGE making a payment on it too. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Actually, there's a lot of confusion between you 2 representatives. Well, actually, this is how it actually happened. There was a lot of complaining about they couldn't do anything in the Division of Commerce because they were having to pay the mortgage on the Grisso. Therefore, along that period of time that he said 2013, it was when I was assistant chief. I remember it because then they made a transition give all the lease funds to the Division of Commerce, and then the Division of Commerce then turned and said they weren't going to make that payment anymore to the Grisso, so it came back on the tribal side, because with all the legal paperwork, it actually is the tribe's facility. Now, what you're speaking about, Representative Petit, and what we're going to be discussing on this court lawsuit that's ahead, actually was sponsored by that same individual, that same representative at that time, of $60,000 a quarter. It's to go to be able to, actually, it was to maybe keep one employee at the Grisso, keep management of the Grisso going to some extent, pay insurance, all that. Those monies were never collected since the time that was passed. They weren't collected, so it wasn't followed through with.
But that is that 2019-03, is that the one? I just remember it all happening about time.
It was probably a little, it might be a little sooner than that. I can't at the top of my head tell you exactly which one it is, but I do recall it, because by the time I went to the restroom and came back, it was underway. I remember that very, very vividly. Okay, let's go here, and then we can go to lunch.
Quick question. For the rental funding, what took so long for IHS to get their heating and air? That's what their rental is to go into maintenance, but they were without heat, especially during the cold.
IHS requested specific items on the unit to match their control system that are above and beyond a standard HVAC unit. That unit had to be built equipped with those items, had to be built at the factory. And that created a long lead time. We had we had to put it out for bid, and we put it out for bid, and we had to go through the process of making sure it met, and we had to meet their requirements. Once we got a unit that they approved, it just took that long. Fortunately, it took a long time. It is in and operating. It's been in and operating now probably about a month.
Okay, let's, if we can, let's move on unless there's a direct question for STENDOC. Cut the committees and boards presentations off and go to lunch. As I first made an announcement earlier, they are having a taco sale, I believe, across the road. The location I didn't get, but it is across the road at the OAP. Okay, any objections to going to lunch at this time? Okay, we'll come back and reconvene it's 12:30. Y'all want to do it at 1:30? Okay, 1:30. Thank you. You recess until 1:30.
Yeah. He's ready. Yeah, and you need to talk to the orange man.
Somebody said they can't get you
You gotta try really hard.
I'm not gonna say we can't stop me.
And you remember it.
And I remember at this time.
Yeah.
Okay, if council take their seats, please, we're gonna establish the roll call for this afternoon's session. I know there's some still trying to make their way over here, but it's already 1:32 and we got a whole agenda ahead of us. So at this time, we'll call from recess back into session. All right. We'll go back into session at this time, and Secretary, call the roll, please.
Leanna Sampson, Anthony Conley, John Narcome. Here. Rena Tiger, Anastasia Pittman, Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixico. Here. Leon Petit.
Here.
David Narcome.
Here.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Here. Karen Fulbright. Here. Ann Borba. Here. Stephanie Lambert. Here. Sina Yeslip. Here. Lottie Cootie. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Henson Lena.
Here.
Richmond Larney.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Tiffany. I think you skipped Tiffany. For roll call.
Tiffany Thunder.
Here.
Catherine McCoy.
Here.
Charlie Hill.
Here.
Tommy Chupko.
Here.
Danita Harjo. Here. Willis Dethridge.
Here.
Desiree Emerton. Here. I have 22 present and 6 absent.
With a count of 22 present, 6 absent, and 6 absent, we are now in session and for the afternoon quarterly meeting of March 1st, 2025. We have on the agenda under new business, reports of directors, and we do have the 2 that actually made it to the agenda, and then we have a couple of more that was requested to be here, and so we're going to start right there, okay? Probably enrollment, CDIB, Mr. Petit, Representative Petit.
Yes, Chair. I didn't know we were gonna quit on the committee stuff. I just had some questions of the election board. Are any of them still here?
I think they've already gone. Is somebody here? And actually, when we go out of session, we're out of committees and we're going on to new business, but is maybe something I can answer?
Well, like I said, I believe the election, I just wanted to make sure that who the officers were according to the code, said they're elect officers among themselves, and fact who the assistant is. I mean.
Oh, okay,
if they
well,
got one
we
yet-
do have, I do see two at the election board here. They just want to say who the officers are, then we'll move on with new business. Is there any objections to doing that? If there's no objections, could y'all just answer who's the chair and, you know, the secretary and so forth? Who's your officers?
Susie Harjo is the chairman, Cynthia Yearby is the secretary.
Okay, did everybody hear that? Susie Harjo is the chairman, Cynthia Yearby is the secretary.
Okay, and then, also a thing that I think we need to address today is under 106, it says the election appeals board shall be composed of 5 persons appointed by the chief and confirmed by the council, commencing on April 1st for a 6-month, term, I guess, unless there's something otherwise. Do we have them appointed yet?
No, I'm aware of the appointment of the election board and that it needs to get in place. We just have to be able to get some folks who's willing to serve on the election appeals board. And at this point, I haven't been able to get a confirmation of people that want to serve at this time, but hopefully, you know, that's of course, you know, placed in April 1st because the filing period's April, in case somebody, you know, filed and, you know, there was some question whether they met the requirements to file. So I'll even take suggestions for that board. I'd like for them to be familiar with Title 10, you know, and many, of course, can't be on the council.
Under Title 10, like I said, what it says in there is election of board, appeals board members shall not hold any elective office, shall not be candidates for elective office, shall not be election board members, and shall not be employees of the nation.
That's true.
And they're not required to even be members of the nation. So
That's true. We've
I
had,
thought, like I said, you might have to reach out and try to find some people, because their commencement in April 1st, according to code, they're gonna have to get together and have some officers elected and stuff to kind of get some of their duties taken care of, so.
yeah, their duties usually kick in if there's anything that was questioned and somebody had something against it, but we definitely will attempt to do that before the filing period. And if you do know people that's willing to serve, we definitely will take that into consideration. Like I said.
Chair, my concern is that, you know, because it has to be confirmed by the council, we don't have them today to do that, or how do we do that, since we're not conforming to the codes?
I think you know the answer to that. It's called a special call meeting.
Understand?
Okay, let's move. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Representative McCoy?
Enrollment CDIB, please.
Yes, that's the first one on the reports of directors. Enrollment CDIB. One. Seems like there's a little back feed going on.
Hi Shirley, thank you for coming today. I did request your presence here. I do appreciate that you did take the effort to put the activity fund amount on your report and give a little bit of detail. And then just the other day, I guess the treasurer did this report to show me that in the tribal membership, I guess, activity fund, your balance is like $55,000. My question is, this doesn't tell me a whole lot, like what it's made up of, how often your deposits are, maybe what the amounts are. Do you take out of that fund anything? There's nothing on there. I just would like a little more detail and guidance on what you're allowed to use that activity fund for.
We're allowed to use it on things that aren't in our ATG budget. Federal funds, we pay for water that we get, drinking water, and we pay for Nation Day shirts that we have to wear, our employees, and we pay for our decorations that we put on the Christmas tree out here, and whatever things come up like that, that we have no money in our ATG account, I know, that's not allowed there. But I tell you, this amount you see on your report, I'm going on my 20 years being here employed at Tribal Enrollment. And before that, it's in the code that says we collect $5 for cards, replacement cards. And so in 20 years, that money's been going in there. That's why you see that big balance. So, you know, I don't know what else I can tell you. What that money that's in there, we still have to go write a requisition for what we're going to use it for, get a purchase order, and then we go buy it, get the invoice, and then it's paid, and it goes through the whole system. It's all accounted for.
Okay, so the items that, can you just remind me what items are sold out of your office? I mean, I know, like you said, CDIB cards, like there's a fee, also if they get copies, but you mentioned Nation Days, so the items that you sell at Nation Days, you pay for that, and then whatever you don't sell at Nation Days, you sell out of the office, right? From your office?
That's called Nation Days Fund. And so since the majority of the people come to the enrollment office, we've been selling those items for them, and then we collect the money and send it to Treasury, and it's deposited into the Nation Days Fund. It's not into our tribal membership activity fund.
Okay, so you make two separate, I guess, deposits to the treasurer so that he knows which accounts, like, if you're not, okay, let me back up first. You're not writing receipts for anything, right? When people come in and want something, you're just doing the exchange, whether it's cash or money order, right? Like, hello? Okay. How do you know how much to give to which area? Like, when you give the money to their treasurer, like this all goes into that Seminole Nation funds, as opposed to this is our CDIB enrollment.
Okay, we keep account of all that. I can show you a sheet. I mean, I can't pass it around and show you because it's got names on it. Okay, we have, when people come to the window, they get a card. We have this sheet. Employees in my office write down the person's name, and it says $5, and whoever took that money initials this sheet.
So you are keeping record, you just can't provide that to me. Okay. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted, just a little more detail. I know you just kind of in your report, you put, you know, it's made up of this and this. I just kind of wanted to gauge like how many, you know, that you're seeing, you know, come in that need replacements, or how many copies, and then obviously then like the Seminole Nation Days. So I just had questions is all, just to understand it.
Copies, we have a page for CDIBs, and it's handled the same way. Then these two sections take that money and it's turned into another person, and she counts it, matches it up, and then she takes the money to Treasury and they give her a receipt, and it's deposited into our account.
Okay, I just want to make sure that monies were being accounted for. It was why I brought you up. So, Mado, thank you for the answers.
It's being accounted for.
One question, who oversees this money for being spent?
Yes, I did, I'm the director.
I mean, are you the president or some authorization on the?
I'm the director for tribal enrollment, CDIB. So if we want to purchase something out of there, then I do a requisition, it goes to procurement, and they write a purchase order, and when I get that purchase order number, then I can go buy the item, what we need, and get a receipt, turn it in with that invoice to accounting, and it's paid for.
So nobody other than tribal enrollment uses that, right?
That's right.
All right, that's what I was trying to find out for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw Representative Billy, then Representative Cootie. Representative Billy?
Yes, ma'am. I have a quick question in reference to tribal enrollment. Same individual was enrolled Seminole. The mother's enrolled Creek. They register tribal enrollment on the Seminole Nation. How does that work for the child?
You mean band?
Yes. Well, he's a Jitty Band member. Okay, but the baby is registered under Chiaha Band. And remind you, the mother is Creek Nation enrollment.
So then it goes with the father. If the father is, enrolled Seminole, then it goes with the father. If the mother is any Seminole at all, then it follows her, even though she may not be enrolled in Seminole.
But she's an enrolled Creek member per Article 12, isn't that correct? She has, my son, who it is, has the right to put her in his Jitty Band.
No, we're a matrilineal band. We go by the mother.
I understand, but yes, her mother is Creek Nation enrolled.
Seminole at all?
I'm adding she probably is.
Well, and then.
Her grandmother is what you guys base your information on. But per Article 12, that's not what it says. It says the mother. It doesn't say if the mother is not a Seminole member. If she is anything other than that.
Well, it's gonna be on the CDIB. If the mother is Seminole and her grandmother is, it's gonna be on that child's CDIB.
Yeah.
So that's what we go by.
But that's not what Article 12 is. Doesn't say that, does it?
Well, that's what we go by, that's what it says. If you need us to say, do something to explain it better,
I don't need you to explain it to me. I want to know why she was put in job in. When her mother in Article 12 says that exactly. If she is not a enrolled Seminole member, she has the right to be in the father's.
does it say enrolled or a member?
Enrolled.
I think it says a member.
Doesn't matter.
Well, I will.
I mean, you got Article 12 just like I do.
What?
You have Article 12 just like I do.
Yeah, but I think you're reading it wrong.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, then, that's, between us, you come in with your child's papers and we'll show you, we'll explain it to you. But we don't need to be doing that here. You're welcome to come in and we'll.
I've been dealing with it for 8 years. I'm the one that brought him in 7 years ago.
I've been doing this for going on 20. I've been on this council 3 times.
I'm happy for you. Anyway, I yield to that.
Representative Cootie and then Representative Gonzalez, okay? That's how I seen the hands lifted.
This amount, is it for a year or is it,
It's for 20 years.
the 55,000 is for 20 years?
Yes.
You don't account year to year? I mean, you don't put the total of money that you collect for year to year?
It would be in the, no, it would be in the treasurer's report. I have never been asked to do this.
Representative Gonzalez?
Yes, Ms. Walker, could you give us an update on the Real ID?
On the Real ID? We've done the images, we've done a prototype of the card, how we want it designed. It's gone to Muscogee Creek Nation, who we're working through, and then it's gone to our card maker in California, and we're having a telephone call with them and the Creek Nation on Wednesday, and we're starting to develop that card.
Now, with the new administration, they do not recognize real ID, and they're not gonna recognize even passports, as I understand it. So how is that gonna affect our real ID also?
I don't know who the new, you mean Trump?
Trump, yes.
Oh, it could be anything with him.
Representative, let's see, we got two that haven't talked on the subject matter yet. We'll go them and then we'll come back to you, Representative Cootie. We have Representative Borber, then Representative Shaw.
Yes, I was looking at Facebook and you have a promotion for your children's. Could you explain that to us, please?
Okay, we're taking, we have children that have, they can have a photo on their card. It's optional. Some people come in, they'll get a little baby picture, and then that child will get 18 and they still have that baby picture on there. And then with this, what do you call it? Anyway, whether they're Mexican, well, some kids don't have their picture on there, and some of the schools are wanting their cards. So what we're doing till the 31st is anybody that comes in and wants to put their child's picture on there, they can come in the office and do it. They can send a school picture in with the update form, or they can send it email to us. And we can make the new card and we're mailing them out to them at no charge.
Thank you for that.
It's Representative Shaw, Representative Cootie, then Representative Fulbright.
We started on this, you brought it up once before. We started on it and we stopped. We never did go any further. Remember we was talking about the Canadian tribe? They're not federally recognized, so why can't they be recognized as Seminoles here in Oklahoma? Because they are Seminoles.
Well, when we brought that up to the council's attention.
Brought it to the council floor and then it dropped it and left it. They never did pick it back up and never said any more.
You didn't let me finish, Representative Shaw. When we brought it to the council floor, the council sat there just like you're doing today and did not inquire about it, didn't say, hey, nay, whatever. You just sit there. Nobody commented on it. So we moved on.
Do we have to have a resolution to that effect or TO?
Well, it's the interpretation, what they should call the interpretation of the existing Constitution. It's an Indian is the thing. The First Americans, or I think they call First Americans in Canada, First Nations, they don't consider themselves Indians, and the federal government don't consider themselves them as Indians. And so that was the question. What does the council, how does the council look at that?
Can I say something?
Yeah, well, you're the enrollment director, yes.
We have a case that's on appeal, and I think it should be up to the Administrative Appeals Board. It's not up to this council to decide that.
It's not up to the council?
You can't do a resolution and say, this is the Indians that we're gonna recognize, these are who we're not gonna recognize.
Well, how long is it gonna take? Because that's been 2 quarters ago, or better, since we spoke about it.
Yeah.
And so.
That case is still pending, so I don't think we need to be talking about it.
Well, I'm not talking about a specific case. I'm speaking about if an Indian, regardless, as long as they're not federally recognized, should be allowed to come into the tribe.
The Constitution doesn't say federally recognized, it says any
No, it says.
Constitution does not say federally recognized.
I know that, but I mean, we're getting complicated here. We need to let's get down to the point where if it doesn't have to be in black and white anymore, where things are going. But the thing we're looking at is, let's take something from this council to make a law that says that in order for those people to come over here. But, you know, we don't recognize them because, why? Because they're not federally recognized. It's what we were told. Well, they aren't federally recognized. So they should be allowed to come across the border. I guess you'd call, that's what
So
you'd call
why
it.
would they want to enroll in the Seminole tribe if they're coming across the border? The only reason that this has come up is because they are Seminole blood and this Canadian blood.
Yeah, Canadian. But that doesn't mean that. And they're called First Nations, they're not called tribes. And in the Constitution, it says another tribal member of another tribe.
So if you look that up on, Google or whatever, they were Indians, but they didn't like to be called Indians, so they called them several different names before they called them First Nation.
Well, now because of they're American born, they got their Seminole blood. First Nations doesn't help them. So why can't we enroll? Why can't we as a nation enroll?
How do you know that First Nations doesn't support them?
Because you have to live on the reserve to get any type of help. I am a First Nation. I don't get no help. I have family members who live in Minnesota. They don't get no help. So there's that. If you don't live on reserve, you don't get no type of help. You are not even recognized.
So what kind of help you need?
Health.
Help.
Anything.
Okay, that's Indian Health Service, you just have to have a CDIV, go get health services, and we issue CDIVs. And you know, the Seminole Nation doesn't have that much money to be helping everybody.
And I don't think they've asked for any help. I think they've just asked to become Seminole tribal members. It's a birthright. Now that goes right back to what, like Joseph said, the mother was the First Nation. The father is Seminole. So why can't they be enrolled over here?
I don't know, it's up to the appeal board.
Well, what's taking so long for the appeal board to look at it? I mean, it's,
The whole reason that I even brought it to the council, and I know there's different opinions on this, from a historical point of view, and from a legislative point of view, the council are the lawmakers, and the council can pass legislation. And that's all I'm gonna say.
looks like I'm not gonna get an answer here, so I'll just drop.
You can,
I'll yield.
well, I just gave you the answer.
We no answer.
Yes, you're the council.
Yeah, they make.
Council, you're the council. You can make laws. Well, you can amend laws. That's one power you have under the council. Powers of the council. Like I said, there's a difference of opinion. Okay, let's move on. Ms. Cootie, and then Ms. Fulbright.
We talked about the next, membership card that we get, we can use it for like passports and all that. Are we in this, we're still in the process of that?
Yes, I just told, she asked that question, I just told her we're having a phone call about it with the Creek Nation and our card maker in California. We're down to where we sent them images and, some things that we want put on our card, and they're gonna design it for us.
And the reason I asked that is because, I have to renew my driver's license, and that's what they're asking me now too, because you can't get on an airplane after May 31st, I believe. You have to have that card, like the driver's license has to have that, that you can, fly, have no problem with it. So it's like, we'll have a lot to do with anybody that changed their driver's license.
Well, I haven't seen that, but so far they're accepting travel cards to get on, but you just can't get into federal buildings with your travel card.
Okay, Representative Fulbright, then Representative Lena. Representative Fulbright.
Yes, Shirley, I know this would open up a whole can of worms for you, but just letting you know that there's a lot of tribes that are putting expiration dates on their enrollment card, where they have to go in and get a new card, and verify, their, enrollment with the tribe. Is that something that you feel should be considered in your program?
Yes, it is, because a lot of people won't accept our cards as ID because there's no expiration date on it.
Exactly.
We just have to amend, Title 22 and say that we will have an expiration date on that card.
And I have a lot of cards where I work that have to verify their, tribe, and they have pictures of themselves as children, and they never did get an updated enrollment card, and that doesn't look anything like their current driver's license, So I think that's something that needs to be looked into.
We had that, I don't know if some of you remember when we had a code revision committee, and we met with them, we took all our proposed changes, and that's one of the things that was in there. I can bring that back to the council, but our proposed changes on Title 22, and let you vote on it.
I think I'm in favor of that.
More hands.
Okay, Representative Lena, then Representative Pittman, and then we're probably reaching the time allowance on.
Okay,
Mr. Walker.
It was stated by you that, you've been working for the tribe for many years, and that you never had to do that. But I think it's important that we implement cash handling receipts for all. That way we don't have to come back to this again. It doesn't take much to write a receipt daily. Just keep track of what you're bringing in, and as well as others in our tribe. Anytime cash is passed, there should be a receipt. And,
You should ask me this in our band meeting.
I should have, but I'm asking you right now so everybody will know. Okay.
Anyway, yes, we have receipts when we make pictures and they come in, we can do it on the computer, print it out and hand it to them. When we do them by mail, we send that receipt with that card.
Okay, so that means you should keep track of that every year. Just make sure we do that. Though we ain't got to come back again. Okay.
Okay, Representative Pittman, and then we're gonna try to move on. We got a,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be open to us doing, and I have a two-part question, would you be open to us doing a no cash payment so that all the payments are electronic and our system just automatically gives you the printout that says this is who paid this year as they renew their cards?
People can send them, Treasury doesn't take personal checks. Cashier's check or money order, when they come into the office, if they have a card, we have no way to take the card. So we take the cash from them.
Okay, so we may, is there a way for us to update our system so we have?
And not everybody's gonna have cards,
Well, I mean, if we're already taking money orders and cashier's checks, we can limit it to that so they know when they come, it has to be in that type of instrument so that our records are clear anytime the council wants to review them. So that we don't take cash at all.
We're just trying to make it convenient for our tribe members.
Okay.
And they don't all have cards. If they, get more cards and they need to go down, we tell them where our ATM is. If they have a card, they can go down there and get it. Sometimes they come in, with change and count it out.
Okay. The second part to my question is there a process or what is the cost if freedmen want to renew their cards? Would this new card price be passed on to them? Would it increase the card cost?
No.
So,
Freedmen will not be getting the enhanced travel card because we signed an agreement with the Department of Homeland Security and they say you have to be Native American by blood, Indian blood.
okay, so the process of freedmen renewing their cards, what would that cost be? Not
$5.
the same enrollment card that they've had. Will that enrollment card be updated?
We're working on the updates now for the enrollment
Okay, but not the CDIB card, I'm talking about the Freedman card.
Yes.
Will that,
The Freedman citizenship card and tribal membership card are being updated.
and what's the timeline on the completion of that?
We need to get a contract from our card maker, because then we have to buy, new card printers, and they're not cheap. Then they only last about 3 years, so, you know, that's what we have this extra money for, to use if necessary, to get those upgrades.
Okay,
We're
so,
working on it.
so the cost of the Freedman Enrollment Citizenship Card will only cost $5, when it's updated, will the, voting rights only sentence be removed? That's what I'm asking, because people.
I don't know. When we get the card designed and what we want on it, they'll come to this council to approve it.
Okay.
So if it's voted down, it will be. If it's not, we'll do whatever the council says on that card.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify, because we know that the Freedmans have more than just voting rights at this time. They have healthcare benefits.
Oh, that's
So,
Indian Health Service. We don't get into that. That's a different branch of service.
yeah, I understand. I'm just wanting to clarify, because I can't answer the question, and I just wanted the information from you, or whether to send them to you or just answer their question, because voting rights only limits them to voting rights only, but they use that enrollment card to go get their healthcare services. So I'm just trying to clarify the cost.
That's as it relates to Seminole Nation. We don't tell IHS what they need to do.
No, it's just what we're issued from the Seminole Nation that they're taking to IHS. So some of the members who have now open enrollment healthcare charts, sometimes they're asked to fill out an application for Sooner Care. And that takes their enrollment from the tribe to an enrollment to the state's insurance, and not the federal insurance, that they were issued a letter saying that they were now entitled for healthcare services. So when they go to have that letter, they open up a healthcare chart, and they're given that. They're treated well.
We tell people that when they ask us, the agency, we tell them it's up to you, what you want to accept or not. We don't tell other agencies what to accept.
Let us move on, and if you need to speak to Director Walker, maybe y'all can set up an appointment and
Perfect.
have a long conversation about it.
No worries. They're going to Indian clinics to get their services,
Yeah.
and when it says voting benefits only, it poses a question or a resistance for them to receive their
Yeah.
healthcare benefits.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we understand.
Thank you.
Yeah, but, all right. That's it, I believe. That's it with enrollment. The time is way over. Thank you, Shirley. Okay, right now we have the next one, OAP, Mr. Jalen Jones, OAP. Representative McCoy?
Hello.
There it is, it's on, yeah. It's still on,
Can you
put
hear
it
me?
close to your
Okay.
mouth, yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Jalen. Thank you for being here. I'm the one that called you to be present today. Again, it has to do with the activity account fund. Thank you for putting it on your report, but it did not contain any details. It just said that your balance was $6,000, which doesn't really tell me much. And then I just recently received this from the treasurer. Your OAP activity account fund balance is $8,734. So could you explain your process, kind of like what is the $6,000 made up of, and does it include meals that are eaten by those that come in, and do you and your staff have to pay for meals if you eat at the OAP?
Okay, so any money we collect goes into the activity because we cannot put revenue back into our federal grant. I've already asked that question when I first came in. So if you come in, you pay $7, that has to go into an account. It cannot go back into the grant. And when I asked why, is because they're saying that's how we make money for our program. So why do they need to give us this grant if we are collecting money to put back into the food line item? Yes, we do pay $7 because we're not qualified, but all my employees are old enough and reach the requirements to eat free there. I'm the only one that's not. So yes, I pay $7. So if you come in, we mark you down, we highlight who pays for that day, and I have a chart, and on that chart, if you come in on the 5th, if 5 of you came in, then we made $35 that day. Then we account for our raffle. So if you bring in money for your raffle, we have a sheet. We turn everything goes into Treasury, and everything is accounted for. So when you asked for, I didn't know what you were asking for, so I just gave a total balance. I didn't know, what y'all wanted on that report from us.
No, well, thank you for sharing that. It sounds like you do have a process in place. And then just a I'm gonna do a shout out like Representative Dethridge did. Great turnout today and the food was excellent. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Representative Hill, then Representative Borba.
Chief, can you come share just for a moment?
Jada, my question is, what is your working hours?
Mine is 8 to 5, but my staff comes in from 6:30 to 2:30 to make sure our meal is ready for homebound by 9 o'clock, and then we serve from 11 to 12:30.
I didn't ask anything about staff, okay, I'm asking you.
Okay, well, it's 8 to 5.
Okay, 8 to 5, however, lately, in the past, you have been leaving at 2 o'clock in the afternoon just about every day. Where do you go?
I have a little sister that I'm guardian over, so I pick her up from school, take her to get something to eat, and then I come back to work. That's my lunch hour. And I've discussed that with my director, my supervisor, if that's okay, because I'm her guardianship. So then I go pick her up, pick my niece up, take them home, get something to eat, and I come back to work.
Okay, very good answer, okay, I didn't ask you about what you did or anything, picking up your shop. The other one, you quoted that your employees and also yourself, $7 for a meal, okay? And that you, in fact, as a director of OAP, you said that you pay $7.
Yes,
About a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I checked all the people that paid and all that, you ate and all that, your name was nowhere, on the sheet that they signed in. So you just pay and they don't put your name down and you just go eat?
Most of the time I don't eat there. I go out to lunch with other employees through the Seminole Nation because that's sometimes where they come over and we eat together there. So I don't eat at OAP all the time.
So what you're saying is that not all the time when you eat, you do not pay the $7.
When I eat, I pay $7. I have a book there that shows what I pay.
I just got to telling you about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
But where did you get the book from? Because you didn't come to OAP and get the book from us.
This is confidential. I can't spill it when you vote.
Okay, well.
Just like you can't.
Well, you didn't come to OAP and ask us there for the book. That's where you should have asked from. We keep all that there.
I come to OAP like twice a month, okay? And I can't even get eyes for my people, okay? I think they're your people too, but finally, something came up, we saw the light, and we started getting eyes for the elders and all that. Senior citizens, okay? Which you put a block to, all right? And that's your people trying to learn a language which will never disappear. You should even be there on Tuesday and second Tuesday and fourth Tuesday. That way, maybe you can learn our language, and if you're part of Seminole, you can speak to your people that come there every day at noon.
I don't think I have to learn Seminole at that language class. I don't think I have to come to learn language there. But also the ice machine, the door is locked because that's a commercial kitchen. So when it's not used properly and we have to get someone to fix that kitchen, then our elders are not going to be able to eat because we can't use the oven or we can't use the stove, just like maintenance is helping fix the gas because one of those stoves don't work. So that's why we lock the kitchen. You have to think about your elders. Make sure that our homebound is fed every day.
Yes, we're quite familiar with your accusations saying that we leave it dirty and all that we utilize your so-called kitchen. 3 of your elderly Indian ladies that cook said that every time we have it, they check, and it has never been dirty. And not only that, we've got elders here that are my instructors. We have never used that place in there to cook. Everything is cooked, we'll bring it there, okay?
You dumped grease down our sink one day, and when we came into work, we took a picture and turned it into property.
Okay, now, I mean, you didn't understand this, so that's okay.
I understood.
But, come on, no, my door. That's it.
Any other? Representative Cootie.
I went there and I talked to those ladies. I wanted to know who exactly was complaining about the kitchen, the dirty kitchen. When the people come for the language class, everybody brings potluck. clean it up before they.
Well, you just said the sink. That's where you leave your stuff, in the sink. Whatever you rinse off in that sink, you don't rinse that sink out. You leave the sink there. But there was grease in our sink when we came into work. And yes, you did come and question my employees, what shouldn't have been done.
That's not what you said. You said, we keep the kitchen dirty. And then you're talking about the whole kitchen. And I'm saying, we do not cook there at all. We don't use your stove. And we use your ice and everything, where you took that and put it up. We didn't use it, you locked the door. But I'm an elder. I feel like I own part of that building, it's like every crowd member. And we have a lot of elders that come to the class. And that building is open to probably members. And I don't think that whoever leaves it dirty, I mean, that sink is only a small piece. I mean, you can't do that, I don't know what kind of piece you're talking about. But I just feel like that, as an elder, I feel like I don't think I can walk in there and have it kind of there and everything. But you're deciding whether we can use the building or not. And I don't think so. I think that everybody should have the right to do what they want to do.
Okay.
So if
and
you're elder
Jalen,
and you want to get...
Jalen, can you say? Okay. I appreciate your points. Executive hears those as well. And if there's any other questions that are pertaining to the funding or anything, if not, we'll move forward. But, okay, I see two. I got behind you, and then we'll come to you. Okay. Oh, yeah, Representative Borba, then we'll come across to Lena.
Your fundraiser today was very good. That fry bread was excellent, so thank you for what you do. Now, the monies that you collect from the fundraiser, this goes into your account, right?
Yes, ma'am. So we'll count the money today, and on Monday, we'll go deposit into Treasury to our activity account.
Okay, and like the raffle, does that go into that same activity account?
Yes, ma'am. Everything that we do goes into the activity account. Any revenue we bring into our program all goes into the activity account.
Okay, now I did see, does this activity account have Cash App?
So what it is we don't have one, but people who have a card, we use mine, and then I go to the bank, withdraw it, and we all deposit in there.
Okay.
And so even our elders, we have two that will go with us when we do that. When we pull it out at the ATM, we have them that ride with us, and then we bring it back, we all account it, and then we take it to Treasury.
Okay, I would suggest changing it because, I mean, if you've got people paying Cash App for your activity fund and it goes into your personal account, that doesn't look good. So, something else needs to be, for your protection.
Right, and I get what you're saying. And with our activity account now, with how much money we have in there, we're going to try to get a card reader and pay the fees every month. So that's what we're going to work on now. I'm going to get with Bill next week to see if we can do that. Because we have a lot who don't always carry cash in our program and say, well, all I have is a card, so what can I do? So usually we have to tell them, well, we can't take it, unless you have cash.
Yeah, I find myself in that situation. So it's like, I don't have any, I got Cash App and this and that in my card, but I don't have any cash. So
Okay.
I understand that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, you're good.
That was part of my question too, but
Yeah, and that's something that we see across some of the other committees too. More and more, everybody wants cashless. Luckily, with Cash App, you can print off a monthly report, and as long as they're putting in the notes of what that's for, it's really easy to distinguish where that stuff is coming from.
if he gets a card reader or whatever, if he still uses Cash App, if he continues to use Cash App, I think it would be a good idea if he put it like in the elders program or however.
In the notes, yeah.
In that, and then Bill has access.
Yeah, because he can print off a monthly statement and it will show.
All he has to do, he don't have nothing to do with it, it's not his personal account.
Right, yeah, and you can put business Cash App accounts. They can be made, so that's another option too.
Okay, I'll look into that too, the business one. Okay, thank you.
We'll see you, and then we'll come across to Fixco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we would like to request on the Finance Committee that when you send that information to Bill, can you CC or make sure a copy of the finance committee gets it, so that we'll be able to?
I
ask
don't
those
email
questions?
nothing. We take it straight over there and make a deposit. Yeah, like we sit there with the treasury accountant and we count that money together and we get that receipt and then I put it in the file that we have. So I can scan that receipt in and send it over, but that's how we deposit all of our stuff.
Or we may be able to just get a copy of it from Bill.
Yeah, because everything's in treasury for anything that we take in.
Right, we just wanna make sure we have some checks and balances and a copy of it. We get asked questions all the time and we don't have access to the information, so we just
Sure.
wanna be apprised of that. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Fixico, and then we're about out of time.
I have an opinion here, is what I'm gonna say. Everybody doubts committees and programs about their money, all about the money, but the program has their own things happening there. We don't know what's going on there. I don't go to all the meetings, but I do attend this one. And I go and I see for myself what's going on, and they love making money so they can do something. These elders, these things going too. We don't have money for them to go nowhere. They don't go nowhere, they're here. They make money to do something, to enjoy each other. They socialize with each other. They share things with each other, but seems like everybody cuts them down. Every program that they go to use, they use it, you know. But too, they need to, you know, understand that is a program that belongs to everybody, not just theirs. I know everybody uses it. But respect isn't what we got no more. Let's use it with each other. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jalen, thank you.
Representative Shaw.
I'd like to call Terry Jackson up, had some questions before I talk to her. I think that maybe she can explain what I can't explain to the people.
Procurement, and then we have housing, environmental, and those are the ones that were requested. Let me clarify something on this, directors that don't have anything on the agenda, like subject matter and/or resolution. There is a standing resolution where they're not required to be here. The reason these people are here is not because necessarily you requested them. I gave you the courtesy that you requested them, but that was because of the authority of the chief over these directors and employees that they are here today. So, Ms. Jackson.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for coming on the request. I know you aren't on this, and I didn't get a chance to talk to the council secretary to request you to come over here. But I'd like for you to explain that what is it, 3.2 million?
Just 3 million is what I'm aware of.
How much?
The repair program, 3 million?
Yeah, okay, that's it. Now, I want you to explain that, so I can explain it to some of these people.
Okay, my office has been working on this since January. We received the resolution, and we put out a RFP in November, and it ended in December. We had a firm under contract by the end of December 31st, to satisfy our requirement with ARPA to have that money obligated. So it is under contract. We received all of the applications, originals, from community development, and my assistant has been the main one working on it because I have a lot of other duties. And also we're down procurement specialist. So I've actually been going out on job sites and looking at construction in progress. So I'm spread pretty thin, but I've had a dedicated employee that's been working on this for probably about 6 weeks. We're to the point now where we have a update form that we're gonna send out. Because we took it from HIP to this home repair program under ARPA funding, I have an explanation letter, just a little bit about the history, where it came from what, and what we're now doing. So it's gonna be 4 areas that we're gonna repair. It's gonna be roofing, electrical, plumbing, and HVAC. Whereas before, when it was the $25,000, it could be anything in the home. So those are the 4 areas that we're gonna concentrate on with the money and with about how many applicants we have. It's, in the resolution states 15,000. We're hoping that we can serve 300 people, but with the prices and everything, I don't know that we're gonna get that far. But we're starting with an update letter and then just an overview of what the program is now from the original HIP, because that program that they applied for originally doesn't exist anymore. So I just wanted to let them know that these are the new restrictions as far as the 15,000, and then restricted to these 4 areas over there. And we have Winter Star is my assistant, so she's been working on the mail out list, and I think next week we're ready to start that mail out. It's about 300, I think, that we'll be sending out initially. I don't have an exact count.
I think I understand that.
Okay.
That's that simple and to the point. Thank you.
Representative Petit, that's fine.
Yes, I had a couple of questions I need to ask you. I noticed in these requests for proposals that you had sent one out, and I'm not sure of the date on it, but it was for an independent cost estimator and a construction manager, and kind of set out some requirements that were needed of them. Did your office ever hire someone of that caliber to do that?
Actually, I think you're referring to the CMGC projects. That's actually been done 3 times. Transportation did it initially last year. We did one for the ARPA suite of projects. Oh, no, I guess that was 2 years ago. And then last year we did one for the ARPA suite of projects. And then I think they're doing another one currently. So yes, all of those have been done. They conduct interviews. And I was saying it's Department of Transportation. And then it was the committee for the ARPA suite of projects that met to select those contractors.
Okay.
And I think they've all been completed at this point.
Okay, you mentioned the ARPA deal, and I remember back in December of 2023, I think it was, that I had some questions for the, I guess you'd call it Environmental Health Services, or something that we're trying to put together the water and sewer for our nation's mission, and the, I guess, the Veteran Center, stuff like that. Was that person obviously not employed at that time? Because I believe the council was told that day, back then, that they'd received some estimates, but they were too high or something like that?
No, sir, that project didn't kick off until last summer. So if it was in 23, it wouldn't have kicked off until, I think it was July, is that when we had our kickoff meeting? So that was 24, so it's probably about 6 months later.
Okay, well.
They're all in the contract now.
Okay, well, like I said, I was just mainly trying to refer to the fact that, back, we were told at one time here that the bids were too high and that we rejected them, and I thought, well, who did we have that could have made that qualification that the bids were too high? Because, I mean, I was trying to get some answers regarding what was taking place, because, time's passed so much that.
Whenever we solicit for a project, we're required to do a cost estimate. So on our side, we have to have a ballpark at least of what we're expecting, otherwise we wouldn't be able to review the bids when they come in.
Well, and it's probably in line with what you put down on requirements. You request that these people be capable of performing these particular items you request. So that's awesome. One other question was that it was my understanding that you submitted an RFP for an Attorney General position. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, last November.
Okay, and then apparently because of some changes that we made to Title II, those were returned to the individuals that present. How many applications did you have for that?
We had 5. We had 4 submissions. We had 4 paper submissions. I was thinking there was an email, but no.
Okay, and you returned those back to those
Yes, sir.
individuals?
We returned those unopened with a cover letter explaining that the legislation had changed. Effective immediately, the term for the AG was to run concurrent with the other elected officials, and that we would be soliciting again this summer, and I encourage them to resubmit.
Okay, well, with that legislation being is, should the council not maybe have requested another RFP for somebody to fill that interim term deal? Because I understand it that the current AG's term expired like January 29th is per the resolution. I think it's 3125 or something.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it approved in December? So I thought that would just be her to fulfill the rest of the term until September.
Well, I don't know if any of it's been retroactive. My thing was, okay, if there's gonna be that you know, delay in time right through there, should we have not requested one to fill that interim term? Or if the council was happy with the current AG, that they could have extended her month by month up till that date, and probably in June, request an RFP.
That is certainly something that you could have done, but my information was from my supervisors, and I got the resolution that stated effective immediately, and I guess my fault, I assumed that we were gonna keep her until September.
Well, that's understandable. That should have been incumbent on this council to have made that resolution there and to extend that coverage on through there, I feel like.
Let me make a correction to the both of you. Tribal code trumps resolutions, okay? When the tribal code was passed, then it became effective immediately, as it always states within those tribal codes. So the Attorney General is the Attorney General until the next administration takes their suit. What will happen is they'll run, during our term, they'll run another RFP around July. And so that once the new administration comes in, then they can, take those candidates and then have an Attorney General for 4 years at that time. That's what the code reads.
Okay, so let me get a clear understanding, hopefully all of you others understand. Okay, this current Attorney General will be up till the September date that the next term, the next council takes that.
Right.
That's what's gonna take place.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how law reads.
Okay, well, I
It runs in
understand that.
concurrent with the elections of the council and the elections of the executive office.
Now, the only thing that I would request is, we'll be going out the door, most of us, we're not gonna be doing that interview the next council, but because June is the quarterly meeting, maybe that should be posted in June, because it took 120 days or longer to get this one done. And
Well, we're gonna run
we've got 90
it, we'll
days
run the
to do
RFP in July. We will have all the candidates by the time whoever is elected to have probably a special call, because it probably won't hit that first quarterly meeting of September, so that that person can, or you can make a decision long as you're still in place. If you want a AG starting on the first Saturday of September, you can actually have everybody come and this council can make that decision, the setting council.
Well, and that's been my reluctance, is
And
this council not put the burden of the next council who they appoint an AG. I think they should have the clear opportunity to choose that person themselves. I just think that's something that we should do.
That might be that might be a courtesy that you can do, but it's not required under the law. Under the law, you can select that after that RFP comes in, and then that Attorney General can start on first Saturday in September.
Well, I understand your courtesy right there, but that's what I feel like would be a courteous thing to do. But once again, the reason I say June is we've had so many meetings so far that you said earlier, we're probably gonna have another special call meeting to fit this code.
It's unfortunate,
Having
yeah.
election board people. This is just the way I feel, and it's a courtesy to the members of our nation. This council ought to be the one that sets the people ought to be able to see that we can operate within our own budget. And that's what I've always thought, because we only based it for 8 meetings. And if we keep having to have 1 or 2 of these to get to this point, and that's why I thought June would be the proper time.
This is what it could be done, and it would line up with that first Saturday in September, is do you and whoever sits in your seat the first Saturday in September, do you have the same authority as a council representative that may be in your seat, or you may retain it? I'm not sure, but do you think they have the same authority as you sitting there today?
Well, not until they're sworn in.
That's understood. They wouldn't. Okay. Will they have the same authority? Yeah, because he'll be your council representative. We can take care of it beforehand, and we can take care of it after September 1st. But for you to have an attorney general coincide with the elected officials of the July election, you probably need to select that Attorney General, and then they take their seat, whoever that person, firm is chosen, on that first Saturday in September. That's how it could work. Let's move on.
Okay, no problem, thank you.
Representative Cootie?
How come I'm selecting the applicants? I did not accept any new applications. We're going off the same list that Kip had.
Even that, the application.
I haven't said anything about us selecting anybody, ma'am. We're sending out update letters, and we're keeping the same score that they had. It's gonna be exactly what they sent over to us. I didn't rate those applicants.
Did the head program send it over to you?
Yes, ma'am.
You did the selecting and all that?
I'm not selecting. We're gonna go off of their same list.
Oh, they selected it and sent it over to you?
All of those applications were scored. All of those applications were scored 3 years ago. I'm sorry?
I said, they're sending the application to you for repair, is that what it is?
I got all of the applications. I have all of the originals. I have their original waiting list. All we're doing is keeping that list exactly the same as it was when it came to me. We're just gonna update because it's been 2 years at least since they applied.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking is, why is he doing that? He didn't select it? He didn't select the applicants, he just sent it all over to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you're.
And why am I doing it?
Yeah.
Because the resolution says procurement will do it.
You want?
The resolution says procurement department. It was assigned to our department.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to.
Yes.
find out.
Yes.
Okay, is that everything for Ms. Jackson? Okay, I see your hand there, Representative Fixco.
Again, the time is flying by. We got to take care of business.
Okay.
You know, it's almost 3:30. It's getting late.
I realize that, Representative Fixco. Thank you, Ms. Jackson, for being here today. Yeah, put it in like you're going right down the middle of that holder. Just like, yeah. No, it'll clip in, it'll open up and clip in. Okay, we got housing. Is housing still here? And we have one more to fulfill the request. And that's environmental, isn't it? Is it turned on?
Hello. Good afternoon.
Here we go, Joe.
Hello, good afternoon. Okay. Hello, thank you for coming. Can I go ahead and proceed? Okay.
Yes,
I just had a question.
Representative.
Going off your first quarter report, as you know, we always hear all the time, people can't get assistance with housing. I know we have the two programs, the major and minor. And so going off your report, I just wanted for you to give us a breakdown. I don't need to know the name or anything like that, but I see that we did a major rehab on a home in Meeker. And again, we always have members saying that they can't get help and assistance. Can you explain the process of what a member can do? Because we exercise our rights to go outside, 20 miles? Yes. So can you please tell everybody, just so everybody knows the process of how they can be served? Because again, we did serve somebody, and we hear all the time for years that, we can't get served, we can't get served. Thank you for the question. There are 3 rehabilitative programs when it comes to housing within HAZNOC. There is major rehab, minor rehab, and emergency rehab. The different programs are based primarily on the dollar amounts that are allowed within that tier. So for example, emergency rehab is emergency in nature, has to pose a safety risk, and it has to not exceed a certain dollar amount. Minor rehab, again, is a dollar amount. Major rehab
are rehabs above the $20,000 threshold. To qualify for a major rehab, we evaluate the following: the availability of funds. Our major rehab funds come directly out of our Indian Housing Block Grant dollars. So there is a very fixed amount and a very limited amount of major rehab awards that are given. A side note to that, and I hope that you can appreciate, is our HAF program. We primarily depend on our HAF program these days, which are homeowner assistance fund dollars from the U.S. Department of Treasury. Those are a lot more flexible, and we've had more opportunity to utilize the funds within HAF over the last year. To apply for major and minor rehab, first an application comes in. We don't expect all of the community to be familiar with these tedious details of how to qualify for major, minor, emergency. We do that, we take those assessments ourselves. So someone will come into the office, they'll give us a synopsis of their needs, and then we designate what program that they should apply for. And then we go ahead and have them submit the application. Then the application is taken from housing management and passed along to the development department, maintenance and development department. The maintenance and development department, they're the ones who have the expertise in construction management and things like this. So they're the ones who go to the homes and do the assessment of the real costs that are associated and confirm that this person does in fact fit into this tiered program. So for example, that helps us mitigate someone going into a major rehab program versus minor rehab versus emergency. Make sure that we get it right. And it's based on expertise and a sound assessment. Because then we have to submit forms that are OMB forms to HUD, and then those have to be approved before we can go into those types of rehabilitations. And so to qualify for those, when we have a wait list, I hope everybody knows here that our applications there's a number of factors that go into the applications. For example, one of the strongest factors and maybe the more controversial factors is the blood quantum factor. So folks with the applications are on a point system, and so the blood quantum is the first factor that really dictates where that applicant is on the priority list. So I think that's probably the first thing that needs a sound understanding around. And then there are other points that are assessed on the application based on need. Are there children? Is it an elder? That's the second one. First it's blood quantum, then it's elder. All elders are prioritized. And then on into the additional needs.
Can you explain the blood quantum factor for everybody? Because again, I've been on the board for a long time, that's what we hear. We don't get served. And then the applications, I know even during my time, we barely got any applications. And when we did get them, they weren't always complete. And like I said, I seen this on there. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but I know people were like, oh, Annika. And I'd always explain, we help out so far outside, get your application in and whatnot. But if you could just break that down, because veterans is also a point as well. Yes, explain on that and what one would need, because major, you also have to have insurance on your home. And correct. You can just break those down. I just want it so everybody here can hear and everybody that's live streaming can understand and see, because like I said, when I see it in the report, I was just like, yay, somebody got it in and completed.
Right. I appreciate the question. And I'm going to be fully transparent with you. It'd be very helpful if I had the application here in front of me, because I myself don't deal with the applications on a day-to-day basis. So in comparison to our housing management team, right? They deal with those on a day-to-day basis, and they probably know them like the back of their hand. I don't, and I'm going to share that with you in full transparency. So I'm gonna do my best. The blood quantum factor is a categorical ranking, and then it's assigned points. Your blood quantum is based on the total household composition. So how many people, so for example, I'm gonna use a hypothetical scenario. Let's say I have 4 people in my household. All 4 of us are full-blooded Seminoles. We will rank higher than a household that has 1 full-blooded Seminole and 3 children that are 1/8. Does that answer your question on the blood quantum?
For me, it does. Like, I understand it. And I think,
Okay.
like I said, I just wanted people to be aware that we do have these programs. And even as previous board members, you know, you just hear it all the time. I don't get assistance, I don't get assistance.
Sure.
And so that's what I just wanted. I seen that on there, and I just wanted it to be broken down to, yes, we do take applications. You know, here's how you apply. We see the reports. I know outside don't see the reports. But I just wanted it to be known that, yeah, we are assisting, and how do you assist?
Yes.
So I don't know, that was good for me. I mean, I don't know if anybody else. The second question I have is, are we gonna be fully staffed within maintenance? Because at the housing additions that we have, they utilize by cutting and keeping up the property. Specifically, like Rolling Meadows has a pond. A lot of people fish at it, but also during July through September, it becomes a fire hazard, a visual hazard. The grass hasn't been cut in probably 3 to 5 years. When the internet came in, they cut trees down and they just left them piled up out there. I think the park in the other addition is being cut by a tenant the last couple of years. So, and I know during our time, maintenance was, you know, shortage. But just those situations, I know our elders are kept, but I just wondered if these other areas that have that open area, if it's going to be able to be maintained.
We are fully staffed in maintenance and development. We don't have any open positions, and in my assessment or analysis, we don't need any emergency hires at this juncture. Forgive me, but I'm trying to remember if Rolling Meadows, the area that you're talking
Out by
about.
Varnum at the end of 119.
The area that you're talking about, is that city, is that the county's property, is it actually?
It's within
Housing?
housing itself.
Okay.
It's in between the tax credit. It's the pond. Well, you probably can't even see the pond because it's overgrown. And that, we've asked, I think a couple years ago, we were trying to get it cut, but we just didn't have the maintenance at the time. So I didn't know if it was gonna be eventually taken up soon.
Thank you for clarifying that. So we have a fully staffed maintenance, and I will share with you that upon my onboard, I received a lot of complaints. I probably talked to some of you actually over the phone as well regarding the grass cutting. I'm aware that it poses a threat, especially for our elders. Snakes are coming out of there, critters are coming out of there. And so it's something that I do take very seriously. And so what we did was we assessed the contract. So my initial take was to assess the contract. How are these services provided? Who provides these services? And so I learned who we've contracted with to provide lawn care and things like that. And so we were under a contract that ended at the end at 12/31/24. So now we're bidding out that contract, and we've just decided maybe last week what we want to see, what more we want to see in that contract. Because we assessed and decided that we needed more coverage in terms of cutting grass and things like this. I know that there's another section, Lady Love. Does that sound correct? Lady Love area? I'm sorry, I apologize. So I'm showing my unfamiliarity and I apologize. But there is a portion of the city that is at a corner. And it makes it really hard for our residents to be able to turn into the addition. That grass is overgrown. It says it's Lady something is in the title. So that's another area that we've added to the contract. Even though that's the city's grass, they don't cut it, but it still poses a risk to our tenants and our community. So we've gone ahead and we've added that into the bid for the contract. So we did just complete that.
Okay, I appreciate it. The only other statement I want to make is just tornado season's coming up. I think last year we had a couple runarounds of, we're not there to open the building yet, somebody's on their way. I know in both housing additions and even the elders, just be alert that weather, I think it's posing a risk coming up soon. Yeah, and other than that, I yield the floor. Mado?
On that last
Thank you.
question, there's expected some weather coming in Sunday and possibly into Monday. Yeah. Okay.
I can say that having been in a tornado and having had a 2x4 go through my leg in 1999, I'm probably one of the best people to understand the concern there and take that very seriously. And I'll add that in our Indian housing plan for 2026, we're looking at building in some shelters, storm shelters, into the IHBG plan.
You know, I sent you something as well, Ms. Fish, on the southern part of the county, and start thinking about, you know, the folks that live down there, Sasakwa, Conowal. But anyway, I think what you was talking about is to open up the existing shelter.
Yes, because usually I think a tenant or that used to be down there would have the key, or they'd have to come from where they live to come open the safe room. And so people would be texting, hey, have you heard? Have you heard? And they'd be out of town and they only had one key. And I think last year we ran into it one time. And so weather's coming up, just if your employees are aware that, hey, somebody needs to come and open it up. Yeah.
I'll prioritize that, and I'll make sure that we have a very thorough plan and a mitigation plan, backup plan. We'll make it solid.
Might have somebody open it up by tomorrow, because that's when the storms are coming in.
Oh.
Storms are coming in tomorrow and Monday.
I'll connect with maintenance and make sure that they're on it.
I think it's just getting lost in conversation. I'm trying to just make clarification. Thank you. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of hands here, and I'm not sure who was first. I think it was Representative Hill.
In reference to you being director of housing, okay, you should know just about your surroundings, etc. Would you mind telling us, the Seminole Nation that we are, how many houses do we have? And on top of that, how many non-tribal Indians or tribal, whatever, live in the housing?
We have 217 homes or residences, including the lease to purchase homes and then rental units, which are apartments and things like that,
Is that
including
with the
tiny homes.
217?
Yes, all included in the 217. Okay. We have a duplex in Seminole that's getting ready to be completed. So we're going to add to that housing stock very soon, but currently it's 217. How many non-tribal members do we have living in Hasnock? I do not know. The answer to that, I do not have. I don't keep the demographics for the community on my desk, but it is something that I can provide to you. I can share a report with the council if that's needed and requested.
Yes, we do, because number one, it's not a matter of other races, okay, that could be available, but we have our people here, the nation itself. There's a lot of them, elders and all that don't have homes. Single ones, you know, they passed away and all that, and they're on their own, and they're looking for homes and all that, but if a non-tribal is living there, I mean, they should not be. We come first, okay, our people. That's what we got a house first. I mean, it's not open to the whole public. So
I agree. There's one point that I think that I should share with you, Representative Hill and all, is that Indian Housing Block Grant dollars, we cannot allocate those funds for non-American Indian Alaska Natives. So I'm about 98% comfortable saying that we do not have any non-native leaseholders within that housing stock. We may have non-natives who are within a family composition on there, but I cannot imagine that we have any non-native leaseholders within Seminole Nation.
This is Saturday, come Monday, when you're back to work and all that, checked into it. About 6-7 years ago, there used to be a police officer that was a non-tribal that used to live there. His wife was non-tribal. He worked at 3 different locations here, okay? Seminole, Conroe, and Live Horse and all that. Non-tribal that lived there, okay? And
Are you talking?
last time I heard, he was still living there.
That's one provision under where.
Is it Officer Bohannon?
That would be
Bohannon?
providing security.
Officer Bohannon is not a non-tribal member. Officer Bohannon is not a Seminole Nation tribal member, but he is American Indian Alaska Native.
What do you about the city of here? Never mind.
Hey.
No. I mean, that's what we had issue before. Not an argument, but issue that he was there. Reason why? Because he was in law enforcement and he was providing security, and they had to allow him.
Yes, it's allowed, yes.
See?
He's a non-tribal member, though I can't confirm that.
But now he is a tribal member.
He's a non-Seminole Nation tribal member. He's not a Seminole Nation tribal member, but he is American Indian Alaska Native. Although I know he's not identifiably Native.
But can you check into it, see if there's others that are non-tribal that might be living?
Yes, sir. On next week, I will start to look at some of the demographics of the household compositions and leaseholders.
Take your time, there's no city limit time for you to respond.
Okay.
But we had to talk about a month ago about that fellow up in Saco, remember?
Yes.
Yes, he did well.
Good.
Representative Pittman, then Representative Lena, then Representative Fixico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, when you said we would expand our contract to mow the grass, that would propose a problem for our elders, do we send an invoice to the city or to the actual property owners? Because we can do that too. If we pay to have it cut within our contract, we can send that portion to the city or to the county.
We absolutely can. Don't argue with that. Things like that sometimes need an MOU grounds or something like that. I certainly wouldn't want to overstep or overreach. I do not know if it is myself, like I said, this discussion just happened, where we decided what we want to see in the contract. It ended at the end of the year, so right now the contractor is still operating outside of his contract, but we are working to bid it out. We decided that is something that we want to cover in the IHBG costs, but we haven't looked at how to actually implement that yet. So we have our environmental technician who works over in maintenance and development. He is going to be the one to reach out to the county. He'll be the one to find out, is that private property, is that county property? And then he'll be the one to report back to me on his findings, and then we work it out and through negotiation that way. I wouldn't want to cut it and then say, hey, we just cut this, so now you owe us some money, right? We want to make sure we get it right. So if there's an MOU that needs to be in place, we'll take care of that. I agree with you that we should be reimbursed, but what if it's the county or the owner of the property would have to agree to that, right? They would have to agree to say, yes, you can charge us for doing that. In those negotiations, they could easily say, we don't think it's a risk. We don't need to cut it. No, we don't agree with you, right? So we kind of want to prepare around that. But I agree that we should try to recoup what we expense on that if we can.
Or they can say, you don't have to cut it, we will. So we're hopeful that in your negotiations that at any point in the area that we can just recover a small amount, it goes back into your funds to continue to provide those services. So those grants cost. So I'd like to see what the results of the negotiations would be.
Okay, I will share those.
Madam.
Representative Lena, then Representative Fixico. I didn't see it in that way, but since he conceded over to you to go first, Representative Fixico.
Okay. I'm a homeowner. My home is 40 years old. Things need to be upgraded there. I applied. I'm a disability. I have machines to plug in my walls. Things need to be upgraded. I've been waiting since October for an environmental assessment. Then it went to the chief, they said. It was on the desk. It kind of goes on and on, the excuses. So I'm supposed to be on the next, on the list. When is next? I don't know. But I'm in an emergency applicant over there. I'm an elder. I'm just wondering, when is my turn? That's my question.
Might need to be discussed, in person, instead of in an open forum like here. Representative Fixico.
Another thing,
Can that be?
I raised a bunch of children, and I'm by myself. I don't have children anymore.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, can this question be answered between you and housing instead of, unless she wants to answer it, do you want to answer it? Or would you like for her to come in and speak to housing on the matter? I mean, you're on film, everything's being recorded.
Question that can be answered without knowing all the details, so.
I have a response, and I appreciate your question, and I too agree with Chief Johnson that some of the details of that probably are not, Nancy B, appropriate for a public forum, but I do feel that you and I have a solid relationship. We've talked over the phone multiple times, and I think that we have a really open line of communication between you and myself. So I'm happy to go into detail if we can get on the phone or we can meet in person or what have you. I can come to your home if that makes it easier on you. I do know that you have access, for you in particular, madam, I know that you have accessed the HALF program. I know that you are on the application wait list for some level of rehabilitation on your home. I know that within the past 2 months, some activity has taken place in your home. But like Whitney mentioned, without having your file in front of me and without being able to consult with housing management, it does leave me in a shortcoming to be able to fully respond to your question.
I can say one more. I was there first of the month. They said I was next on the list. I hadn't seen nobody.
Okay, I will connect with housing management, and is it okay if I contact you next week to discuss this? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yield the floor, Representative Fixico. You're ready to move on. Representative Lena, then Representative Dethridge.
Okay, good afternoon. I live in the Ecotouchka area, and the last couple of years, we haven't seen no grass cutters out there, maybe twice. And this tenant, he's a retired fella, he cuts a lot around there, and he does a good job, But my question is, we used to have programs, summer programs where the youth would come out there and work. And I just want to know if you have anything in mind that they could do something like that. Plus, you look out through the state, they have inmates cutting grass too. And I was wondering if we could look into that also, because there's sources out there, but we got to find them that we could have some help somewhere. And I am like I said, I'm from Ecotouchka, and I do know who Mr. Hill was talking about, the tenant. And when they got that, we received some COVID money for the members, and some tenants, Seminole members, just got left out. And this tenant, he didn't get left out. He got his mortgage paid, electric paid, water paid, and that was over a year and a half, I believe. And there was three families out there. I think didn't receive a penny, you know. And I asked questions, and they said there should have never been no stipulations for our members. But you know, I don't have no hard feelings. What's done is done, you know. So, but I just ask that y'all come out and take better care of our residents, because we want to be proud of it. We want to be proud of where we live and how we live, and because if we don't, it's going to be bad. So, thank you.
Okay, Representative Etheridge.
To be a quick scenario, husband and wife living in an Indian home. One of them passes away. The Seminole passes away. Is the spouse, are they subject to eviction? And if so, how long do you grant that person to move out?
Did you say that the spouse is non-native?
Yes, the spouse would be non-native. It could be the man or the woman, you know, but the tribal member passes away. Their spouse is the only one living in the home, and they're non-native. So would they be subject to eviction? And if so, how long do you give that person to find another residence, or is it just a time frame?
It depends on what type of housing that they're living in. It depends, is it a rental property in this scenario?
Yes, it is.
It's a rental property, yes, they would be asked to leave. And they would have a period of 30 days.
30 days. Thank you.
But
Okay.
if they're living a home ownership situation, that's completely different, because then that spouse is part owner to that home through the marriage.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, and then the laws may have changed, or as far as the provisions within the commission housing protocol. At one time, if the native person passed away and there was a non-native in that house, you had X amount of days either to come up with the full purchase price of that home, or, you know, if some of the kids still, the laws might have changed. Is that still in place?
It depends on which program you're in.
Yeah, and
Rental, they would never be able to buy a house.
obviously, I understand that. I'm talking about lease option to purchase with these,
still away.
yeah. Was he there? That's what I'm saying. So yes, indeed, it's still there. It's still in place. So if Seminole passes away, married to a non-native, they have to find a way to pay for that house within a certain period of time, or don't have to move out.
There's some other factors too, and I don't want to convolute this, but there's some other factors too that weren't discussed. Okay.
Okay, thank you though. I knew that used to be the old law. Because I know people it happened to. Yes, sir. Let's move on. Thank you, Housing, for being here today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chelsea. All right. We have environmental and Summer Jennings. Chief, go ahead. You know much about that program.
Might have to use that one. Your voice carries too.
Hello. Okay. Still don't know if it's working, but.
Okay, who requested environmental?
Chair, I requested, but I think we pretty well discussed some of the questions I need to have answered. And a lot of it, she said that it's on the path now to start some of these construction projects regarding the water and sewer out here.
Okay.
And because that's been my concern since 2 years ago. And she said that I guess they're on track now, some contracts have already been signed.
Yes, purchase orders
The
are in
money's been
place.
obligated and
Yes.
stuff like that, so.
Yes.
If I were, and just to make a comment on something, I never understood why we made it the Veteran Center and then the mission separate, because I always thought if you had two bidders, what were you gonna do if there was a difference in those two? Were you gonna have to negotiate with those two to have them reach an agreed deal? So one of them took on the whole project, or you could have two companies out there competing with who's gonna shovel what money? That's what always kind of made me.
Yeah, and the reason why that was broken up is because, of course, the water project that was presented to council as one entire scope was voted down. And so it was presented to the council essentially in 3 different pieces. And then Representative Larney shorted up with a 4th piece with utilizing the rest of that unencumbered ARPA funds. So all in all, the way that we have to report that to ARPA, to the U.S. Treasury, because it's all water and wastewater, that's one project. Even though here within our council, it's separated into several different resolutions, it's not allowable to break those down to bring that dollar amount below a certain threshold for reporting requirements. So anything that's water related, it's all one report in the U.S. Treasury portal. And that's something that if it comes across and you're looking at those things, you're gonna see one report, not 3 or 4, because it's all one scope. So for wastewater and water, we had to collectively put that as one on our side.
Okay, if I remember correctly, the total of all 3 appropriations come to like 5.6, 5.9 million, is that correct?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
yeah, 2, and then 2 and 2, and then 3, I think.
Well, if I remember, right, it was 2.5, 200, and then I can't remember.
And then there was
I represented by what number when they passed that 3rd one there.
unobligated balance, yeah.
So it's about 3 million more or something like that.
Yes.
So that 5.9 or something.
It
like
was
that.
getting close to about 6 million because the original project that council voted down was 10 million. So we got really close. One of the things that we just won't be able to address is like a new water tower. So, I mean, all in all, the infrastructure, the aged infrastructure, all the deferred maintenance and things that we weren't able to address, it's all being addressed.
And not to be picky about it, but we've got all this new blacktop road and everything out through here and everything, and I was concerned about when they start doing that, laying that water and sewer lines and stuff like that. Are we gonna have to tear up that road to go under, or drill under, or whatever, to make those connections to the lagoons?
We shouldn't.
Hopefully so, like I said, I'm not gonna do it, thank you anyway.
If we did have to cross over any of the blacktop road, they could bore underneath the road too and do any of the lines through there, but we shouldn't need to.
Well, I mean, and that's understandable, but I guess a lot of me is thinking, okay, we should have started these projects maybe 2 years ago, because the labor cost increase and material cost increase is probably triple. Or, it's probably, well, I'd say actually it's probably about 30% higher than it was when we passed the resolution. And that's the thing that I hate to see, because I'm thinking, well, we've done a little bit more with that 30% of the money. So, but I think you and I discussed that previously, so thank you.
And hopefully with Trump in office, all those prices would drop, right? Representative Shaw.
On this, how many wells are we drilling out here?
For the, just water supply for the complex?
Yeah.
2. That's what's planned as of right now, yes.
Now, how about for the swimming pool, is that gonna be separate?
There's a well already drilled for the swimming pool and the splash pad.
So we're still doing 4 wells.
So there's 2 wells left to be drilled. There's one that's drilled out there right now that we're waiting on the electricity to be in place, so that way we can finish the well to development, and then we're gonna do 2 additional new well drillings to tie into the tower and to supply all the water out here, hopefully.
No. This one out here?
Yeah.
No.
This side of the well.
Yes. No, that's not the swimming pool. Well, I don't know if you've seen, it's, the finished product is going to be a multi-purpose field, like a soccer field, stickball field, something that they can use for summer camps. The reason why there's so much dirt work is as they were starting to build the pad, they ran into a lot of old oil well development. So there's concrete, there's pipes, there's glass. So they've had to ensure that they cleaned all that. So when they come back in and compact it and add the topsoil to add the turf, they don't have a pipe sticking out. So.
I didn't understand that, because I thought that might be a swimming pool.
No.
You're supposed to have broke ground on 2 years ago.
No, and that resolution is not 2 years old, but.
Did you ever get a plan made up? We never did get to see it. I was asked for it on John Ford, and I think for 2 years.
I've provided some, so as far, if you're referring to like an engineered design plan, that's not something that we can develop. I'm not an engineer to be able to create design plans, but I have provided some of the plans from the contractors and the design management team that is working on the lagoons for the Veterans Center and the main lagoons, and just done a verbal update of the projects.
So the CMCG team that was retained to develop, they're the ones developing that. I guess you would say they're already under contract to complete it. So regardless of if it comes through and you like it or not, the contract to execute within the scope of work has already been performed, and it's to tie in the Veterans Center into a lagoon or the wastewater system to replace old age lines.
She worked for us, correct?
I've put those plans in my previous, at the last general, at the quarterly meeting, in the, my director's report. At the end of it was a CMGC and all the projects out here update. And then in this report, there wasn't any new design plans to put in there, drawings, so I did a verbal, like, bullet point update. But there was drawings in the previous one.
Well, I missed that, I guess. I don't know how. You don't miss it.
Okay, any other questions for environmental health? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ready? You got it.
Okay, that's the end of the directors that had requests, and once again, we'll try to find a better system for this that won't conflict with an existing established resolution. And the system to do that is, when we're setting the agenda, if you got somebody you want to see, then get a hold of the chairman of the council or the chief, which is one and the same, and that will help us. Instead of last minute, right before the council meeting, I want to see such and such. I gave you that courtesy this time, but let's do it in order from this point out. Okay, we're still in new business. TO 2025-03, Representative Fulbright. That's where we're at right now. It's on the agenda. Is that?
Yes, please.
She said it's withdrawn.
Yeah, I think it still has, obviously, we've got to find a funding source for this.
Yeah, she would.
You're withdrawing? Okay. TO 225-03 is being withdrawn by the introducer. We're on TO 2025-04.
Yes, I'd like to introduce TO 2025-04, The tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Chapter 2, Title 5 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws, and I ask for a second.
Second.
We have a motion by Representative Fulbright, a second by Representative Borba. We're in discussion. This is Tribal Ordinance 2025-04. Discussion. Representative Shaw, Representative Lena after that.
I'm looking at this and it says right here that this money will not be expended except, if necessary, salaries of deputy court clerk, bailiff, court security personnel, and other essential court personnel upon written request of the chief and the chief district judge. The court fund shall not be used for the payment of salaries, and it's down here. Why is the Attorney General's name in there? That's a totally separate entity from our justice system. She's our attorney, nothing to do with the justice system over there. Or he, if we get there.
Actually, she's over the justice system and tribal code. All invoices come through Title II, and the invoices comes to the Attorney General's office. Does someone want to comment on this? Which area are you questioning, Representative Shaw?
What happened to 03?
They pulled it.
We just withdrew it.
Huh?
We withdrew it like 2 minutes ago.
All right, let's continue on. We're on 04. We're on 04, TO 2025-04. Okay, Representative Lena, I see your hand.
The Ochisa band would ask for a table, and I'd ask for a second, because the reason why is to find out where the funding is coming from. We have no clue.
On 04?
04, yes.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll just say that the second's coming from Ochisa as well, because it came out about the same time. So there's a motion to table and a second. So Secretary, call the roll. This is motion to table, Tribal Ordinance 2025-04.
Leanna Sampson.
No debate, no questions on the table. No, there's no, this is a table to TO 2025. There is no question on a table. We'll go into the table if it.
No question, I said point of information.
But it's a table, Wayne.
And there was a reason he tabled it, pending, you're not putting it in there, pending,
He wants this funding source to be identified. We know what what he said.
what he's asking.
Yes. We understand that. The Council Secretary is the one that takes the minutes.
Chair, can I?
Okay.
Can I just ask a question, clarification? Was this ever a motion made and seconded?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I didn't hear it, that's why I wanted.
Yes, it was.
Well.
We're on a table, okay?
Anyway,
We're on a table. We got a motion and a second, and we got 2 tables from over here. Okay, we're on the motion to table. Secretary, call the roll.
John Narkemy. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy. Yes. Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright. No. Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
No.
Desiree Emerton,
No.
I have 8 yeses, 9 noes, 0 abstain.
With,
18 yeses, 9 noes, and 0 abstain.
yeah, you said eight.
Oh, it said 8? Okay, 18 yeses, 9 noes, 0 abstain.
Okay, 18 yes, 9 noes, and 0 abstention. That measure is tabled. Okay, we're on TR 2025-02. And I think tribal court was here to, probably you should have waved your hand or something on that last one. Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With TR 2025-2 is a tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Juvenile Drug Court for fundings received from the United States Department of Justice, Office of the Justice Programs, and Bureau of Justice Assistance, incorporating of said budget to the FY 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriations. I move for adoption and ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Representative Pittman, and that second came from the right. Representative Gonzalez. Discussion? No discussion. This is TR 2025-02. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson, Yes.
Anthony Conley,
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 27 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 27 yes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2025-02 to have passed. TR 2025-03, Representative,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modifications for tribal court and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year of 2025 comprehensive budget. I move adoption and ask for a second.
Second.
okay, there's a motion by Representative Pittman, seconded by Representative Gonzalez. Discussion? I see no hands. This is TR 2025-03. Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy,
Yes.
Dolores Harjo,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yeslith,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Ensign Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton,
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 28 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, I declare that TR 2025-03 has passed. 28, is that possible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I guess it was. Yeah, I gotta frame that one. TR 2025-04.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. TR 2025-04 is a tribal resolution from the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget modification for tribal court and incorporation of said budget of the FY 2022 comprehensive budget, authorizing the appropriation. This is just a simple continuation of this comprehensive budget, and the modifications of the fundings have already been received. We move adoption and request a second.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Okay, I heard Representative Gonzalez first. This is TR 2025-04, and we have a question or discussion. Representative Shaw.
I'd like to put an explanation on this. Down there in the 1, 2, 3, the fourth whereas, it states that they're gonna put all these full-time employees for 2 pay periods prior to all employees being moved to other tribal budgets. And it says down here that it's for $3,077,000. I'd like to know how 9 employees for 2 pay periods is gonna use $3 million.
This is just a simple continuation of the contract that we already have in place. We have to cover those 9 full-time employees first. They won't be receiving all of the $9 million, the $3 million. It's for 2 pay periods only. And so we have to complete that contract, and it's just a simple continuation of what the council has already approved.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is 9 employees, 2 pay periods, $3,077,000. That's a lot of money. 2 pay periods for 9 employees.
Does tribal court want to come forward and answer that? I see that you've been with us all day.
If not, I will.
Thank you.
Let them answer.
And that's prior to the other employees being moved.
Go ahead and use that one there, Linda. Thank you. Make sure that it's turned on. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, Linda Stewart, Tribal Court.
Turn it up, please.
Okay, what we're doing actually is just closing out that ARPA account. We're getting to the end of the funds with that budget that we had. So what we would do is just move everything to salary and fringe to close out that budget. So actually, the salaries have already been paid over the time span of 2022.
But it's confusing the way it's written. The way it's written, it says you're gonna take 9 employees for 2 pay periods for $3,077,000.
Well.
And that's why I'm asking,
Right.
It also reads, if you further read, that it says.
It doesn't say anything about it's been used over the years or there's only this much left. It tells me that you got $3,077,000, you're gonna pay 1 month's salary for 9 people.
Okay, I don't have it in front of me, but I thought it said in there that it was to close out the budget.
And I would accept a friendly amendment if anybody wants to correct it. Because it's prior to moving the other ones.
It's just maybe I'm reading the original.
Yeah,
Twenty twenty-two.
That's the original award.
Yeah, it's a 2022 contract, it's already been paid out.
the original award amount must be in the resolution, although they don't have that, that amount of funds that's left. They're trying to expend what's remaining in an appropriate way.
Yeah, I can see where that's confusing. It states the two pay periods, but this is actually to close out this budget.
Can you speak up? They can't hear you. It's a sidebar conversation going on, they can't hear you.
Okay. Okay, that's correct. It's not stated clearly, but that is what it's for, is to just close out this budget. We're getting close to the end of what we have left, and so we were moving everything to salary and fringe in order to take care of the non-employees and close out this budget.
Does the council suggest, added language to this through a friendly amendment? Representative Deathridge.
Sir, can you tell us how much money you're actually asking for on this? I mean, I could do the math if you told me the factors.
Okay.
I could start with this $3,077,009. That's the starting number. But so what is the ending number that we're gonna, how much are we gonna pay these non-employees to pay period?
Okay. I don't have those actual numbers with me,
Okay, but
so I can't tell
You
you.
could give that to us, couldn't you?
Yes,
You could figure that and send it out. You could give that number to the secretary and she could
Yes.
send it to all council.
Right.
Works for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. This is TR 2025-04. Did we have another question? We don't? Secretary, call the roll. Thank you.
Deetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Jerry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 28 yeses, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions, I proclaim that TR 2025-04 have passed. 2 in a row, 28-0. TR 2025-05.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving a new budget for the Seminole Nation Tribal Court funding and incorporation of said budget in the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget. On this particular resolution, we need to correct the whereas item number 20, line number 28. Well, actually, it's line number 31. And it says, whereas the Seminole Nation requests a new budget to implement the funding as detailed in the attached budget. And this whereas 33 through 38 needs to be removed. So that would be when it comes to the attached budget, and so we need to remove the "and" on that. There was a mistake when when it was written up that 33 through 38 lines should not have been on there.
Are you saying 33 through 38?
Yes.
Okay.
And on line number 32, the last and, A and D, that needs to be removed. And also on line number 44, it says, "Of Oklahoma hereby approves the attached new," the word "new" needs to be put in there, "budget," and the word "modification" needs to be removed. So it would be, "Of Oklahoma hereby approves the attached new budget to the fiscal year 2025 tribal court." That's the way it should read, by adding that word "new." I make a motion to approve with the changes, and I ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second with those changes, and those changes were pretty lengthy. Does everyone understand what was referenced with Representative Gonzalez? Representative Lena? Representative Lena?
Yes, the old cheesy band asked for a table and asked for a second because due to the 2025-04, it's similar.
We're on TR 2025-05?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, there's been a motion to table TR 2025-05 because of, you said it was similar to the one before?
2025-04.
Correction, Mr. Chairman, he's talking about tribal ordinance, not the tribal resolution 04 that we just passed.
We're on Tribal Resolution 2025-05.
Right, but his recommendation was to table it because it was similar to the tribal ordinance. Not the resolution that we just passed.
Well, that would be out of order then. Because he's comparing the tribal ordinance and associating that with his reason to table. And we already approved the ordinance. That's what I'm saying.
Did he get a second? Then if there is, there's already a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
There wasn't a second, and that's why we had not moved on to the table. But I was just clarifying why he tabled. And it's okay, there's a table on TR 2025-05, okay?
Which was a tribal resolution, but he was.
I'm saying TR, Ms. Pittman, Representative Pittman,
Yes.
TR means tribal resolution. Tribal Resolution 2025-05, there's a table and a second. Secretary, call the roll. Table into TR 2025-05 with the corrections.
But point of order, Mr. Chairman, what he's comparing his table motion to was tribal ordinance, not another tribal resolution.
I just made that clear a moment ago, and they still wanted to stay with the table, Representative Pittman.
It's two different.
I understand that, Representative Pittman. And does the council understand that? Okay, TR 2025-05, this is what's being tabled with the corrections. Secretary?
Leatta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley. John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Pixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chepko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 18 yeses, 10 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 18 yes, 10 noes, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2025-05 to have been tabled. That has been tabled with the corrections. TR 2025-06.
A tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Adult Drug Court for funding received from the United States Department of Justice, Office of Justice Program, Bureaus of Justice Assistant, incorporation of said budget into the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget and authorizing appropriation. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
There's a motion approved by Representative Gonzalez, second by Representative Pittman. This is TR 2025-06. We're in discussion. Representative Shaw.
Is this one that we looked at the last time that failed by one?
No.
I'm looking at
That lease one.
If you're are you referencing to the lease?
Does this have rent money?
Drug court for funding received from the United States Department of Justice. Adult drug court. Adult drug court. The court is here. Do y'all want to expound on this? TR 2025-06, okay. No, any other discussion? No other discussion? Secretary, call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Davida Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 28 yes, 0 no, 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2025-06 to have passed. We are on TR 2025-07.
Tribal resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the budget of the Seminole Nation Tribal Employment Rights Office, TARO, for funding received from the collection of TARO fees, incorporation of said budget into the fiscal year 2025 comprehensive budget, and authorizing appropriation. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second.
There's a motion approved by Representative Gonzalez, seconded by Representative Pittman. We are on TR 2025-07. Discussion. Representative McCoy.
I just had a question. Does the individual that serves as the director have a bachelor's degree as described in the minimum qualifications and requirements?
The answer is yes. Thank you, Tribal Court. I know it's been a long day. Thank you. Any other questions? TR 2025-07, Representative Yeslith.
Yes, my band asked for a friendly amendment to take travel, the amount, and put it into contractual services.
Okay, there's an ask of a friendly amendment to take salary out and to put it into contractual.
Travel.
Travel?
Travel.
Okay. Travel out and put it into contractual services. Travel, correction there. And put it into contractual service. That's a friendly amendment, Is that accepted by the original motion? The original motion? No. Okay, it's not accepted, so therefore it's not accepted. We will have to take it to a vote on the friendly amendment. Representative Fulbright?
On this, would it have to go back, if you're wanting to move things in the budget, would it not have to go back to the finance committee for them to review? And I know it doesn't change the amount or anything like that, but that's just a question.
Yeah, I think actually it does not have to go back to the finance committee on this particular case, and I'm not, saying one thing or the other about whether it should be done or shouldn't be done. I do think that the council has that option to do that. Do you want a legal opinion of that, a legal thought on that? Or are you going to take the chairman's nearly 30 years of experience?
Yes.
Council has the power to do that. Okay, so we're going to have to go back to the, we're voting on the friendly amendment. And the friendly amendment was to take it out of travel, $10,000, I believe it was said, and put it into contractual services. Yeah, anytime that it's not accepted. If it's not accepted, you gotta go, no.
Okay.
Okay, everybody understand what we're doing here? Representative Narkemy, Representative Petit, Representative Shaw.
The question is, I have on this, I agree with her on that too, but on this, it shows all this, the money that's came in. That's just this year's money. What comes up this coming fall when we have to have another, she doesn't get this much money because our ARPA money, that's all most of this is. It's been contracted from the ARPA contractor. Next year, that's not gonna be here.
I understand this was for last year's money and this year's money as far
And
as.
right now, she's budgeted under general fund, correct?
With the, yeah, and whatever Terrell fees come in. I mean, the goal of the council over the years was hoping that Terrell could get to the point where they could help support their own program. It's never really been that way over the years, but, there has been a little bit of, quite a bit of Terrell fees come in because of the amount of contractual work done. Okay, this is the motion that's on the floor. And the motion is this: there was a friendly amendment that was not accepted, and the friendly amendment to this resolution is that they take the amount of money, I believe it was $10,000, it said, out of travel and put it in contractual services. So is that understood? Representative Narkemy.
Thank you, sir. Just a clarification on the amounts. I'm looking at the budget here for travel, that we're wanting to move that money. That's $5,300, correct? So if you move that to
I thought I heard
combined
10,000.
total would then be $10,600.
Contract.
Correct? So that we're moving $5,300, not $10,000. Just clarification.
Okay, according to the budget, I think when it was first said, it was said, there was $10,000 in there. That's what I heard. Okay, so the correction is $5,600 into contractual services, okay? 5,300. Whenever you're as a representative speaking, please speak into your to your microphone so I can hear properly. Thank you for that correction. 5,300 into contractual services. That's what we're voting on, okay? That's all we're voting on. And then if this passes, it goes back to the original resolution, okay, with that friendly amendment, if this was to pass. Okay. Everyone understand what you're voting on? 5,300 into contractual services. Okay, Secretary?
Leetta Sampson. No. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
No.
Terry Edwards,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
Yes.
David Narkemy,
Yes.
Joseph Billy, Dolores Harjo, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Tommy Chupko,
Yes.
Danita Harjo,
Yes.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 6 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 22 yes, 6 noes, and 0 abstention, that amendment, 5,300 out of travel and to contract services on this TR 2025-07 resolution with the attached budget. Now we're back to the original motion with that included. Okay? Everyone understand now what we're voting on? Okay. TR 2025-07 with that friendly amendment attached.
Leatta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narkemy,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman,
Yes.
Terry Edwards, Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
Leon Petit,
No.
David Narkemy,
No.
Joseph Billy,
No.
Dolores Harjo,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Ann Borba,
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Henson Lena,
Yes.
Richmond Larney,
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
Excuse me.
Wayne Shaw, Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Tommy Chupko,
No.
Danita Harjo,
No.
Willis Dethridge,
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 13 yeses, 14 noes, 0 abstain.
If you look at that count again, with it being so close there.
I have 13 yeses, 14 noes, 0 abstain. I have
One missing, okay.
Terry Edwards was on.
Okay, with a count of 13 yes, 14 noes, I declare TR 2025-07 with that amendment to have, with those amendments to have failed. Okay, TR 2025-08. Representative Larney.
A travel resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma adopting additions to the Seminole Nation Long Range Transportation Improvement Plan, LRTP, and the Seminole Nation Travel Transportation Improvement Program, TTIP, and submission to the Bureau of Indian Affairs of the following list of additions to the Seminole Nation TTIP road inventory.
You make that motion?
I make that a motion?
Okay, he makes a motion. I heard a second by Representative Shaw. TR 2025-08, discussion? Representative Petit.
Yes, Chair, looking over this list of these additions they want new to be added, is all this Blacktop Road and everything gonna be included in their planning? That's why we were trying to determine look through that the other night to see, because we see some of those things there, the ballpark, loop and track, crosswalk and stuff like that, so those, but we didn't know if that was gonna be included, maybe that'd be something that had to come back next year.
If it wasn't
That's a good
already,
way to hear.
if it wasn't already, allowed, it wouldn't have built. But, we have the board there, Representative Lambert. No, you can just stay where you're at, just turn your mic on, thank you.
Right now, these are just additions to the long-range transportation plans. The long-range transportation plan has every road in our tribal inventory, and those roads have already been added. These are additions to that. We have to get it approved by general council to add these. So some of these roads have never been included in our long-range transportation plan, and they should have been. So we're just asking for permission now to add those to the long-range transportation plan. So in the future, not right now, but in the future, we can request funds for those projects.
Okay, well, that, like I said, my concern was, we couldn't read those specific roads, and we didn't know if they were new, or if they were, had just been overlaid on existing road that was already on the system.
Yeah, these are brand new roads. We're only asking to add new roads to the long-range transportation plan. Thank you.
And once again, if it was for existing roads, they wouldn't have been built. This is the TR 2025-08. Any more discussion? If not, Secretary?
Leetta Simpson. Yes. Anthony Conley. Yes. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Ensign Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstain.
With a count of 28 yes, 0 no, 0 abstention, I declare TR 2025-08 to have passed. TR 2025-09, that's going to Representative Larney.
Yes, I'm going to withdraw that.
Okay, TR 2025-09, it's withdrawn by the introducer. TR 2025-10, Representative Fulbright, Representative Borba.
Yes, I'd like to introduce a tribal resolution number TR 2025-10, a resolution authorizing execution of lease agreements under the authority of Section 105.1 of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act with the Secretary of the U.S. Department of the Interior for certain facilities used by the tribe in administration and delivery of services under the ISDEAA law enforcement and courts contracts between the Seminole Nation and the Department of the Interior.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. A motion by Representative Fulbright. Second, was that Representative Borba?
Yes.
Okay, and a second by Representative Borba. Discussion, Representative Larney.
Well, Cheesy Band would like to make a friendly amendment. We asked last time to make a separate account for it, for like maintenance, for the buildings, employment, whatever, labor, and that's in that category. Yeah, go ahead and answer.
You mean for the program that it's, that the lease is, if approved, that the lease is given for, of the funds from the federal government, just go back into the program and not used anywhere else? Okay, is that understandable?
The lease agreement itself, we can't overlay our policies over the federal government's lease agreement, despite our want.
You could
It's
spend it.
used by,
You could spend it according to that.
we we can spend it in accordance with the lease agreement. As long as it falls.
Could we have?
Yes. Well, Assistant Chief, why don't you go down to the floor? He's saying something about the lease agreement, some kind of provision that's in it. So I'll let him explain that. Maybe that one there works a little better.
So when that friendly amendment was made last time, I went and looked at the regulations underneath the original 105L, and it already stipulates where it can be utilized, and it does mention some of those areas. But if some of those areas are approved by council and they don't fit within the 105L, it doesn't matter what the council wanted or not. We have to still honor the lease agreement and the federal regulations that govern it. So some of those areas it already is, because it is a lease agreement, and inherently it does go into maintenance, it does go into the facilities, utilities, things of that nature. So it fits specifically with what you were saying, but that language is already in there. So it's almost redundant, or even if it is something that the council desires and it's not in that 105L lease agreement that the government is telling us how we can utilize it, we can't honor what the council would want.
I still think the way that I phrased it, where this lease is used in accordance to the facility that's being leased and go back into that program, that's just a general thing. I don't think it would be a violation of that lease. Yeah, so I think with what I stated would be fine.
Okay, like for the salaries, like light horse and prosecutors and stuff like that.
If it's in the lease, I'm not.
Is it in the lease?
Yeah, it's allowable. It's within that document. So yeah.
As long as you do it within that program, I think you're going to be all right, with the friendly amendment. Okay, is that accepted? Is that accepted? And then the court's money will go back into the courts, obviously. Representative Shaw.
Let's lease in the courthouse and the courthouse essentially, right, over there at Wewoka?
Horse.
This and that one in Wewoka, right?
Horse square footage and the one in Wewoka, yes.
Okay, the one in Wewoka is one I want to talk about. Is it legal? Do we have an MOU or anything with the Creek Nation, because that is in their reservation boundaries, not our reservation boundaries?
The answer is yes.
And later on, if somebody says, I was tried in the Creek Court,
It don't matter.
well, have we seen the MOU?
Well, yeah, you approved it.
Huh?
The council approved the MOU originally. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. If you can't remember, then that's on you. But we sat right here in the court, and then I'll tell you what the story was. Even the attorneys were saying, I don't know if we can do that or not, and all that. You remember that? Yeah, I remember it very vividly. It was probably Tim, though. It wasn't you, Val. But I remember that. And what we did is my signature is on that, and the principal chief of the Creek Nation is on that. We have an existing agreement with the Creek Nation.
And it's based on our treaties.
And it's based on the treaty. Yes. We have free intercourse and movement on each other's lands, and that's treaty language. Representative Petit.
Chair, I think that I can kind of agree with Mr. Shaw, because, I don't recall sending an agreement. I recall that we passed a resolution to ask y'all to go to them so that we could give them permission to hold court in our system. But I understand that MOU was, reciprocal, and that they would do that for us too in that same MOU. Is that not correct, AG? Is that how the language in that read? That we were giving them permission to come to our and do it here, and they were giving us reciprocal agreement that we could hold it within their nation?
It's reciprocal, yes.
Yes, it's in place.
Okay, well, that was what I was trying to,
Yes.
because when this all started, I didn't understand that, because I remembered us passing the one for us to seek out and give them the permission, but I didn't recall that.
Well, at that time, very few people were versed in treaties. I think we're a little better understood about what the treaties stand for now. TR 2025-10 it's used within those programs where the lease covers, okay? Secretary?
Leetta Simpson. Yes. Anthony Conley. John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Yes.
Dolores Harjo.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Vincent Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 28 yeses, 0 noes, 0 abstains.
With a count of 28 yes, 0 no's, and 0 abstentions, I declare TR 2025-10 with that with that amendment to have passed. TR 25-11. Representative Dethridge.
This travel resolution of the General Council of Seminole Nation, Oklahoma, approving this, says reappointment. I need to scratch out reappointment and put down extension of Lottie Cootie as a member, as a Seminole Nation delegate to the Intertribal Council of the Five Civilized Tribes. And into the legislation, there's a couple more changes that I'd like to make, but I'll just introduce this right now and then talk about those changes in a little bit. Ask for a second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, and what he's asking is to change the term of reappointment to extension.
Correct.
And then he had some more things he wanted to talk about within the resolution.
Sure.
And you had more things you wanted to speak about.
Yeah.
Chief, I might have you come. My voice has not been good for some time now.
Okay, go ahead, Representative Dethridge.
Okay, for clarification again, that heading, it says reappointment. Reappointment means their term. And I don't want it to be a full term. I just want it to be an extension of this term. Then on line 20, on line 30, where it says April the 23rd, oh, that's, yeah, line 29 says April 23rd, should be April 22nd. Line 30, 2025 should be 2023. Second change is changed from his to her. And the last one would be that their term would expire on September 6th, 2025. That's the end of our term as council representatives.
Okay.
So that would be the changes that I would ask to be made.
Okay, is there any, who seconded that? Or do we have a second? Okay, okay, and that's been accepted. Okay. Does there need to be any clarification on those minor changes?
Just, can you give the dates again?
Can you repeat the dates?
The dates are, this is on line 29, April the 22nd. Line 30 says 2025, make that 2023. And then it says, and his term, and we're talking about Lottie Cootie, and so we're not talking about that DEI stuff, so change that from his to her. And the dates would be expires on September the 6th, 2025.
And that just extending it from July to September. Okay.
Yes, sir.
My clarification was that that's the exact same date you want on line 35 as well.
Correct.
Same
Yeah,
date.
that would carry through.
Okay.
Through September as opposed to July.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, discussion on the extension? Okay, Secretary, call the roll, please.
Leetta Simpson. Yes. Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yeah.
Leon Petit.
No.
David Narcome.
No.
Joseph Billy.
Abstain.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yesley.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie. Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Vincent Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 4 noes, 2 abstain.
Count of 22 yes, 4 no, and 2 abstentions. That measure has passed. Representative Dethridge.
Yes, sir. I'd like to introduce tribal resolution 2025-12, tribal resolution of the General Council of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approving the accessory appointment, and again, I would like that to be changed to extension of Wayne Shaw as a Seminole Nation delegate to the Intertribal Council of 5 Civilized Tribes. The same changes that happened here on line 29. That's actually should be, well, that line doesn't change because that's April. Oh, April 22nd, and it should say 2023, and his term would expire on September the 6th, 2025. That's the end of our term as council representatives.
Okay, and again, this is just, he's requesting it to be changed from reappointment to extension through September 6th.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay. Representative Thunder? Oh, were you just seconding it? I am. Okay. We got second and third. Representative Petit.
Yes, I'd like to ask a friendly amendment to this be a one-year term, and with the one-year term that a report from each meeting be presented to the council. And I ask for a second, if that's what's needed.
There's already a standing.
Just ask for a friendly amendment, okay, to just make it one-year term, because the others that we've done have been for 2 years, and there's no language that I can find that restricts them to even having to be a council representative. You just have to be a member of the Seminole Nation. So if we're talking about September, because if he may not win re-election, he could still serve as a Seminole Nation member.
Understood. No, I do not accept that friendly amendment.
And I'll call for a vote.
Okay, we're going to call for a vote on the friendly amendment to extend it to a year.
With reports to be provided to the nation.
Right, and there's already a standing resolution for that to occur.
Second.
Okay.
Leetta Sampson.
No.
Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narcome.
No.
Rena Tiger.
No.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Pixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
Abstain.
Dolores Harjo.
Abstain.
Karen Fulbright.
No.
Ann Borba.
No.
Stephanie Lambert.
No.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Vincent Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
No.
Desiree Emerton.
No.
I have 12 yeses, 14 noes, 2 abstain.
Count of 12, 14, and 2, we're back to the original amended resolution with the language of extension through September 6th. Representative Narkemy.
I would like to request a friendly amendment for the wording of this resolution to match exactly the wording of the last resolution.
Minus the her.
Okay?
Okay, and I think that's what was being requested.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to match that representative.
Okay.
I didn't understand what.
He's requesting a friendly amendment for the language to match the previous resolution with the terms.
Yeah, I think that's what it.
And that, yeah, that's what he's requesting with these, with the changes that the original and the second.
Correct.
Short of the her. Okay. See no other hands.
Call for the question?
Question's been called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
Yes.
Terry Edwards.
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Pixico.
No.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy. Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright. Ann Borba. Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Yes.
Tommy Chupko.
Yes.
Danita Harjo.
Yes.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 22 yeses, 4 noes, 2 abstain.
The count of 22, 4, and 2, that measure has passed. Next item, Representative Fulbright.
Yes, I'd like to introduce Tribal Resolution TR 2025-13, Tribal Resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, confirming the reappointment of Christy, is it Maudlin or Maudlin?
Maudlin.
Maudlin to the Seminole Nation Gaming Agency. Ask for a second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Representative McCoy.
I assume she's not here, right?
Yes, I did not see her.
Okay, I don't want to make a friendly amendment, but can somehow we stress the importance of somebody from the committee when they're appointed to show up for quarterly council meetings?
Yes, we can stress that, should this measure be approved. Okay, I see no other hands. Secretary, please call the roll.
Leetta Sampson. No. Anthony Conley.
No.
John Narkemy.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Anastasia Pittman.
No.
Terry Edwards.
No.
Ida Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Pixico.
Yes.
Leon Petit.
Yes.
David Narkemy.
Yes.
Joseph Billy.
No.
Dolores Harjo. Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Ann Borba.
Yes.
Stephanie Lambert.
Yes.
Sina Yeslith.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
No.
Henson Lena.
Yes.
Richmond Larney.
Yes.
Tiffany Thunder.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill.
No.
Tommy Chupko.
No.
Danita Harjo.
No.
Willis Dethridge.
Yes.
Desiree Emerton.
Yes.
I have 16 yeses, 12 noes, 0 abstain.
Count of 16 yes, 12 no's, 0 abstention. That measure has passed. Okay. That was the last one. Now we're under other business.
Okay. Anybody want to stand and stretch? Are you okay? Okay, originally when we was going to other business, we had mentioned that we are going through a suit right now. Many of you were not on the council at the time of when that subject matter of the suit took place. So as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Go ahead and play both clips, please. Okay, well, that was in a council meeting of March of 2020, and it has come back to visit us. So we are being taken to court on this issue, and it was a treacherous period of time in our history as far as the Seminole Nation is concerned, at least the action. Okay, so we believe that the Seminole Nation will prevail in this case based on sovereign immunity. And I kind of wanted it to be an executive, but the Attorney General said it was public record. But so things have been filed. Do y'all want to ask her any questions at this time, or is it feasible to even that's why I said executive session, but it is public record.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Okay, I'm going to go from the left to the right. Okay, I'm going to go with Tommy Chupko. I'm going to go with Representative Pittman, and then Representative Fulbright.
Is it okay to speak about this? I mean, we're going to court.
We can speak about the things that are public record. If Tim Brown, the Deputy AG, is still here, I'd like to ask him to come.
Personally, as a chairman, And over the course of history of this council, even when we went after the tribal court administrator, and it could have been handled a different way, it ended up costing us $200,000, even though as the assistant chief, I advised this council not to do it. They pushed on through and did it. There's a lot of things. Sometimes we just don't take sound advice. But as a chairman of this council and the chief of the Seminole Nation, I'd prefer that we go into executive session.
Let's do it then.
Make that motion to go in executive session.
Second.
Okay. Any opposed to go in executive session over this subject? Representative Billy?
Work at 6 o'clock, I'm gone.
4:31? Okay, it's 4:31.
I work here.
Okay.
I'm Kurt Uber.
He's your Uber? Okay, well, if there's no opposition to go into executive session, we're going to executive session. IT, you need to make sure you turn off the